How about now? Do I have sound now? Well, give me a thumbs up. We got sound. I will. Good now? All right. I'm sorry, everybody. All right. Well, welcome again. Tuesday night, chat with the Muskrat, hanging out here at the house. Take 2. So I didn't realize that I have I had to do a switch the mic port on my laptop here. But anyway, I wanted to kick off. I got a couple. I got one big announcement for an upcoming guest, and I got another couple things here to add to the mix. So before I get going, I want to welcome everybody for coming in. Facebook, if you're tuning in on Facebook, please consider checking out the channel. Hit subscribe, and hit the bell notification. We'll go live. I go live whenever I get a chance. Of course, Tuesday evenings, I'll be live every Tuesday evening at 8 o'clock. And then during the week or weekends, I love to get out and do some live fishing whenever I can. So this week I was out Friday and did pretty good. Had a pretty good trip Friday. Did a solo trip. I was trying a couple things out on the boat. And I was out getting some bait for Janice and I to fish Saturday. And of course, Saturday we went out again, fished live. Didn't do as well Saturday, but we did catch some fish and we had a good time before the boat pooped out on us. We'll touch on that here in a minute. But real quick here, I want to say hello and welcome to Brandon, Catfish and Dreams, Thomas Littlepage, Stan the Man, 2 Stan's Fishing's in the house, Creole Catfishing, Dave Garcher, Catfish Fever and Outdoors, Len Leaper's in the house. I love that name he settled on. I like it. Mike Sampy's in the house. Sampy, welcome and hello. Country Boy Catfishing, Ernie Brown. Let's see who else. I wrote a bunch of them down. Minnow Dunkers, Tommy Long. He was the first one in chat tonight. Thanks, Tommy, for tuning in. I appreciate it. Ace is in the house. Jason Lamb, Stonefly 71, Avid, Georgia Fisherman, Buckeye, my buddy Jim. Jeremy, Creole Catfishing, also tuning in. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you joining in. Ernie Brown. We also got P City Outdoors, Rob with 2 old vets in the house. Survival LT, Mike Kaufman in the house. Central Valley Adventures. Thank you for joining. I appreciate you guys stopping in. I got Betty Cross, and I bet Brandon Cross is probably watching as well. If they're like me, I've got up on the big screen TV, so that's how I like to watch my 8 o'clock YouTube shows is on the TV. Fins and Finds is in the house. Kevin Palmetto Cats is in the house. Cat Buster is also in the house. Tom with LG Bass. There's my good friend Paula Smith. Paula Smith's joining in. Thank you, Paula, for stopping in. Papo Ed. Let me scroll back up through here. I don't like to miss anybody. I know I've been that guy in chat like, oh, he said my name. We all love recognition. I don't care what it is. We all love recognition. The Georgia Fisherman, I think I said it once, but I'll say it again. There's Chunky, Elstan Perez. As you guys caught yesterday, I was testing out my microphone on this microphone that Elstan sent to me to try out. He says, Roger, your wind noise when you're out fishing is rough. And so we talked about what microphone he uses, and he did one better, and he just sent me one. And so yesterday it was just supposed to be like a 5-minute trial. I was waiting on Skip Stewart to come in and say hello and make sure my microphone worked. And we end up on here for an hour and a half just talking. Brad Cottle, yes, in Ohio. I'm in Frankfort, Ohio, which is about an hour south of Columbus, about an hour north of Portsmouth. Ohio River, so I'm right in between. Fishing with the Chad, my buddy Chad in the house. Boy, he's had a rough go this week with that sleeping picture, hadn't he? I'm waiting on Janice. Janice will probably Janice has got all kinds of sleeping pictures of me. I don't know what. She's just kind of weird, I think. I'll wake up and she'll be taking pictures of me randomly. So yeah, I shouldn't have said that. Let's see who else we got in here. I see a couple more names fly by. Man, you guys are moving quick. We're up to 61 folks already in chat. Mike Greenwell's in the house. Sogo's in the house. J-Dog's in the house. What's up, buddy? J-Dog, we still got to get together and we got to go out to eat. We just got to go find something to do together. I just want to hang out. I just want to go. Let's just go somewhere. Zach Murray's in the house. What's up, buddy? If you guys didn't catch today, Zach Murray and Skip Stewart. Skip Stewart's been all over the place, hasn't he? He was on the show last night with Mark, and then today Chris Souders drops a video of Zach and Skip and Chris out fishing the Ohio River, and the video was actually videoed a few weeks ago. But what perfect timing for a high water video than right now. So Twisted Cats Fishing. What's up, buddy? I appreciate you stopping in. Brad says, I'm in Lima. Yeah, my steering and everything is fixed. And now I think I have an electrical problem. I'm trying to track it down. I thought it was a starter solenoid. I'm thinking it's the ignition switch. I tore the entire ignition box apart just a little bit ago. But there was like 7 wires on the back of that thing. So I backed out and came inside to get my, do some research, figure out which wires are supposed to be hot and which ones ain't. So Ryan Bortz is in the house. Talk about a fishing machine. He can rock the name River Warrior right up there with Zach and Skip fishing hard. But anyway, back to that. Zach and Skip fishing and Chris Souders' new video, catching good fish and catching in high water. So what a perfect time to be watching high water videos because a lot of folks get intimidated. Now I would admit that right now the river conditions probably not a good idea. I don't know if I would feel comfortable out there either. Depending. I mean, you got a good boat and you trust it. There are areas that I would probably still fish right now because the fish are still there. Now, do I think the fish are going to be really active right now? As fast as it came up and then as fast as it's going to go down? I don't know. I doubt it. In my 2 cents, just knowing what I know about catfish, I don't expect them to be actively feeding real well during the super high rise in water, and then it's going to be followed with a super fast fall in water. So War Pigs in the house. Bill, what's going on, buddy? Rocky is a go for Sunday. I'm not. You guys heading out to Rocky on Sunday? Or are you fishing from the bank or boat? Camp is underwater. I saw that, Bill. Those pictures of you guys down there. The camp's underwater. You said your dock was way underwater, so it's going to be rough for a while. Parker Pursuits is in the house. Thanks for stopping in. Let's see. We'll get back on track here. Anna, did I miss Anna in the house? Anna Banana, are you hanging out in here? If so, welcome. Thanks for stopping in. There's Matthew Baker. He went out today, and I'm not sure where you went, Matthew, but you did spend some time on the bank and put a catfish in your hands. So first catfish of 2021. So outstanding. Congratulations to you. I was up on Hoover Monday with Skip Stewart. We were just taking a look around, and part of the lake's clear. A lot of the lake is still frozen. Daniel Ishmael's in the house. Daniel, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Jesse Outdoors Addiction. Let's see. Anna, there she is. Like I said, Outdoors Adventures. I missed somebody. I seen somebody else come through right there. I think it got by me. I seen somebody there. A different name. It stuck out. Big Slim 91. What's going on? Maurice Kaysen, award-winning YouTube supporter. We love Maurice. So going back just a little bit, Friday, we was able to get out. I was able to get out and do a little solo trip. Got the boat out. Was catching bait. Got the bait I needed to get out there and get fishing. Was heading out of the marina and thought, man, I said, there's a couple fish hanging out here, and decided to stop and give it a go. We ended up putting 15 fish in the boat by, I think, 1 o'clock. And so it turned out to be a pretty good day. There at the beginning, man, I thought it was going to be fire. They were coming pretty easy. Which sucks compared to last weekend. Hey, there's Janice. What's up, baby? She's tuning in from work. At times, she's got slow periods at work where she's allowed to play on her phone and hang out and whatnot. So it's good. It's all or nothing, it seems like, with her job. If you ever need help with your boat, get a hold of me. I'll do what that went by too fast. Let me get back up there. I'll do what I can to help you out. Look me up on Facebook. Brad, I appreciate that, buddy. I do appreciate that. I like to think I can tinker around till I figure stuff out or break stuff. But I am no way, shape, or form a boat mechanic or even a real mechanic as far as that goes. I know just enough to keep me dangerous. I know enough to make me think I know what I'm doing, and I just start tackling stuff. This is how I am. I like to do it myself or get it done, but I ain't too proud to ask for help. I take help when I can. Cody West, what's up, Cody? What's up, buddy? We ran into Cody a couple weeks ago down in Ripley, Ohio. He was fishing with his buddy down there, and they were out struggling just the same as us. So, real quick, while I've got 65 people here in chat, I talked to a couple of good folks, friends of mine today, but I talked to my buddy Carl Morris Jr. Carl Morris Jr. is a tournament angler who is known across the entire country. He's from right here in Ohio, but he holds several titles. I've got a lot of his accolades and whatnot. I talked to his wife today and got some kind of his bio information. But Carl Morris Jr. was two-time national Cabela's champion. He was four-time Cabela's Angler of the Year, and like back-to-back years for like 2012, 13, 14, and 15. And him and his partner, man, they are tanks when it comes to fishing tournaments. Actually, earlier today, I put a picture up he posted of a memory. I believe it was a 114-pound Bluecat these guys caught. Carl is a skipjack hookup. There you go, Carl Morris Jr. He actually runs a bait company and catching bait and skipjack and whatnot. And he also runs a landscaping business and snow removal. So he has been buried, pun intended. He's been buried with work, and we finally got him to, there we go, Greenwell, 114-pound blue from Wheeler Lake. But we got him committed to come on the show and talk a little catfish with you guys here in about 2 weeks. So on March 16th, he'll be joining us, and man, I'm looking forward to that show right there. I've got a couple other good folks in the works. That one there I've been waiting on for a while. I've been chomping the bit. I don't like to put any names out there in case, things change or commitments change or whatnot. I said 114-pound Bluecat. Wow. That's a giant. That is a giant. I think I posted on there, and Becca Mudtramp was in there and said that that's like reeling in a whole person. And that's pretty accurate. There are 100-pound people out there that weigh less than that catfish does. So, it's going to be an awesome show. Guy pulled a 93-pound Bluecat out of Powerton yesterday. Awesome, man. That is fantastic, man. I'll be honest. My PB blue is 43 pounds. I catch a lot of fish in the 40-pound range around here. 40 pounds is a good fish. 40 pounds is a good fish just about anywhere. But when you get in those areas that hold 70 and 80, 100-pound fish, 40s aren't impressive. And gosh, I would love to have one of those giant Bluecats to call my own. Let's see. Yeah, it's the same. I seen a question up here. Hey, I see Brian there, Flint Hill Fishing. Thanks for stopping in, brother. Any tips starting YouTube channel? Got a couple videos already, nothing big. That's a really broad question. But there are some things, and some of the things like I talked to Skip about before he decided to go live with his channels is the biggest thing about starting a YouTube channel is don't worry about it. Don't sweat it. Don't worry about your subscribers. They'll come. You focus on being you and being yourself and having a good time. And somebody, I can't remember where I heard this comment, but it sticks in the back of my mind because that's how most viewers think. People will watch a video because it's interesting, but they will subscribe to a channel because they like the content creator. So if your niche is entertainment, be entertaining. If your niche is information sharing and learning, teaching, then do that. But be true to yourself and just stick to your guns. And you'll either pick up viewers and be a success. Just don't try to please everybody. In my opinion, you jump around and you end up losing more than you gain. In my opinion, but you're more welcome to shoot me a message. I am in no way, shape, or form a pro at the YouTube things. I could be a lot better, but there are some guys, especially here in chat, that have been really successful in kicking off YouTube channels and got information. But if at any time you want to talk to me or have questions about the way I've done things, I'd be more than happy to talk to you. Patriot Catfish America is in the house. 70 people watching, man, 73 now. If you guys don't mind, hit the thumbs up for me before I forget. I'll forget all about it, and we'll get rolling on right here. Yeah, right there. Betty says Catfish Weekly did a show on getting a channel started, and there was a lot of great people on there that offered a ton of great advice. I found myself still going back and watching that video again because I was editing everything on my cell phone, editing everything on a cell phone, and then now I've got a laptop, and so now I went back and started listening to what those guys were using for programs and advice that they had. So good information out there to be had. And that's the thing that you forget about some of this content. I'll be honest, Becca yesterday was asking a lot of questions about reels when we were live yesterday, just hanging out. And so today there was actually a video done by Kevin on Palmetto Cats that had several people come on and talk about reels. It was a reel review, and it wasn't just one person's opinion on the reels. It was several people's opinions on several different reels. And so I sent that to Becca today because I wanted her to hear other people's opinions and help her find what best suits her. Hagen takes multiple trips to put a video together. Most people do it. It's not just that simple. Trust me. Yeah, there you go, Norm. Yeah, it's hard to make a video. It's harder than what it looks. All my stuff is one day trips. I'm not the big guys that go out and fish for like 6 days and put together a video that makes it look like I'm a stud. You guys know better anyway. You're smarter than that. And so I would never try to, but so I put together, some days we get on some fish and they're good fish. Some days they're gooder fish. Some days they ain't real big fish, but we have a lot of fun. And if you guys stuck around me long enough, I have a ton of fun catching fish. I don't care how big they are. I turn into a little school kid reeling in catfish. I just have a blast. So Abu rockets for us. Yep, I've got a couple rockets myself. I've got a little bit of everything. So be true to yourself. I seen that comment out there. That's probably the best and most consistent advice is just be yourself. This is me. This is me, whether I'm right here or I'm in the kitchen. This is pretty much me. I'm not real flashy or fancy. I don't put on a different face for you guys. It would never work. I'm not a very good liar. So you guys will see right through it. Thanks, Avid, sharing his link out there and helping push things along. So yeah, Carl Morris Jr. coming up. Talking about spring. All right. So spring's right around the corner. Thank goodness. Now, don't get me wrong. I love my winter fishing, and I am not done, not by a long shot. John Patrick Jr. is in the house. Thanks for stopping in. Looking good in my catfish gear. Hey, I like my catfish gear. This isn't the one I won from the award show. The one I got was orange, and but I like it anyway. Brandon said, wear the same clothes and no one will know. It took 3 trips to make a video. Yeah, there's guys that do that. I would imagine. But anyway, talking about shallow water fishing. And it's funny that I actually talked to Doc Lang today for a little bit on the telephone. He was getting ready to go out to dinner and whatnot. And so we didn't stay on the phone real long. But I talked to Doc and said, Doc, how you been doing down there on the fish? And he said, man, I've been on fire. And I said, I heard you was catching some good fish. And he said that he has been in the shallow water ever since that cold snap. So, you know, the cold snap that came through, you know, the whole country, you know, Texas got snow and froze. After that, he said things really, really slowed down. But even when nobody else is finding fish, he is fishing. He told me today he caught, I think I wrote it down, he caught a 43, a 40, and a couple 30s in 3 feet of water. 3 feet. I've got to teach myself to go and fish that shallow water. I've just never had any confidence that shallow. Now, I fish 5 to 8 foot of water, but fishing 2 to 3 foot of water, I've never done it. He's catching 40 pounders. Now, he said last week he was catching fish in the 50s. He had a couple fish in the 50s, a couple in the 40s. You talk about landing some monster fish, and all in the shallow. Now, I know that springtime equals shallow fish. Yep, there you go. Paul says the same thing. Fish are shallow. And, of course, you know, depending on where you are in the country, what your water temps are, that's going to be a little bit different for you. Up here, you know, it's going to be a little bit slower. We're just now getting our ice is coming off our lakes and whatnot. But that shallow water, when you get these sunshiny days, I can tell you right now that there are places in our yep, there you go. Active feeding fish. There are places on our lakes right now that the bait is stacked up so thick. Guys are saying you can walk across them. I know a fellow, a friend of mine who called me the other day, said that they smoked the 12 to 14-inch shad at one of the lakes around here. And they said they threw the cast net one time and they couldn't even drag it in. There was had that much bait in it. So, and they were in shallow water. You could see them. He said he could see the fish. They were super shallow. So if the fish are up there in the shallow water, the bait anyway, all your predator fish, you know, not just catfish, but all your other fish are going to be nearby, trying to get to that warmer water. Fish don't have a way to heat up or cool down. They're not like humans. You know, they can't take anything off or put anything on. Whatever the water temp is whatever the temperature they are. And the warmer they are up to a certain point, the warmer they are when it's cold water, more comfortable they feel, the more active they become. And so the only way they can warm up is move to warmer water. They don't have any other way. And so you'll find in this time of year, you'll find your big concentrations of bait, and a lot of your fish are going to be in the backs of coves, in the shallowest of creeks, and just shallow areas in general, on the rivers, on the creeks, and right, you know, all over, whether it's on the lakes. Right now they're going to be moving to shallow water. And that's a consistent message, you know, no matter pretty much who you talk to when it comes to spring fishing. I watched a lot of YouTube videos. You know, I watched some videos during this last week and just about springtime fishing, what to gear up and look for. And, you know, just about most videos you'll find it's going to tell you the same thing. It's going to tell you to fish at shallow water and be watching for those flats. Now, one thing that I found interesting through my through my research was that gravel bars actually warm up a whole lot faster than mud. Mud acts as an insulator and will hold the temperature much longer than what gravel will. Sand, I'm not sure how sand would react to that, to be honest with you. I don't want to, I didn't have that information. I knew that when I was looking at it and pulling some stuff up, that it was gravel is going to be what heats up faster than mud. So if you've got gravel bars, big shallow flats with gravel on them, those are areas I'd be looking at and concentrating on as the temperatures start to warm up. And so, yeah, I seen Justin commented his giant, giant flathead, 70-pound plus flathead came out of a local lake here, and it was in 4 foot of water. And right here, he says Gabby's 45-pound blue came in 2 foot of water. 2 foot of water. Paula said mud is warmer. Mud is warmer than rocks. Paula says I'm wrong, and I trust Paula. So if she says I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But War Pig says river's going to be screwed for a while. I missed that. Reel your line with 5 foot, crappie, and lake time now. Yeah, that's, getting on the lakes ain't too awful bad. So yeah, sand. I do sand retain heat, obviously, but as far as which structure would heat up first, I was told that that rock and concrete would heat up first. And obviously anywhere you're around docks, if you've got an area that has a lot of docks, now most places pull their docks out of the water in the wintertime. But if you're around docks that are in the water, whether they're, the black flotation, docks, that black is going to heat up quick. Big aluminum and galvanized ramps and stuff that get hit by the sun, they're going to heat up quick. And those are going to be places your fish are going to congregate to, whether you're looking for bait or, even if you're pan fishing this time of year, those are going to be areas that's going to start holding fish. There's going to be areas that start holding fish first. 52.5-pound flathead come out 3 foot of water. Holy moly. You guys are trying to talk me into going fishing 5 foot of water. I'm just going to start wading. All right, so we got Clearview Outdoors, man. My buddy Skip Stewart's in the house. Derek is here, Ohio Catfish Chasers. Do you think it's going to be early skipjack run? I don't think that the water temperature and all that really has a whole lot to do with the runs, whether it be the breeding cycles of the spawn for any species of fish. I believe that most of it is going to be, most of it's calculated by green growing days. Just how many hours of sunlight, basically. The folks I know Anna's in here, and she probably has a green growing calculator that would probably be dead on, because she's a botanist and is into all that stuff. My buddy is the biggest queen producer and beekeeper in Ohio, and everything that bees do is, of course, instinct, but it's all based on green growing days. And I think that the skipjack running and they're completing their spawn cycle just the same with anyone else. It's going to happen no matter what. It's kind of like deer, white-tailed deer. It's going to be based on the moon phase and green growing days, or at that point you're losing daylight, so it's the number of dark days. So I think that it's going to happen no matter what the water does. Now, the water being flooded, the water being cold, and all that, it may have something to do with the hatch and how that is, the success rate of the fingerlings or of the spawn. But I think the spawn's going to happen at about the same time. No matter what the water does, they're going to do their cycle. They're going to do their thing. And, it's just going to be, I know that a few years ago, one of our lakes, I think it was Paint Creek Lake. It was right through spawn, and the lake was like way over flood stage. It was super high and pretty much going into the spawn, and then the lake dropped. And so, we all got concerned that, hey, these fish, they don't care that the water was not right. It's time to go. It's, when it's that time of the year, it's kind of like when it's that time of the month, it's a cycle. It doesn't matter. It doesn't wait on anybody or anything. It's going to happen. And so, we were worried that when that water dropped and those fish, had eggs laying up in the shallows, they were now not in water. What that was going to do, what kind of effect that was going to have on the hatch. So it's kind of a long-winded answer to that question, but in my opinion, the spawns and the runs and all that stuff happen pretty much regardless of our water temperature and water conditions. That's all based on green growing days, and it's a schedule. What temperature does skipjack start to run? Like I said, I don't think it's really a temperature thing. I think it's got to do with when they're starting to get into that's their spawning. Right, they're moving up there for a reason. They end up at the dams because that's how farther they can go. They can't go any farther. Let's see, you got a 42 and a 48 pound blue last year and 3 foot. A lot size around the water temperature starting to rise. Yeah. Yep, I think I missed a couple comments here, but it said, I believe, hey, there's Tiger. What's up, buddy? Somebody said, I made a comment on another live stream in March. We gained almost 5 minutes per daylight. That's March. Yeah, that's right. Well, somebody said, Creole, here we go. How fast a soil heats up depends on particle size. Sand is the largest and the fastest, then silt, then clay being the smallest and slowest to warm. There you go. So I was just trying to recite what I had read, but Creole's going to put some science. He's going to put some fact with it, and I can't argue with that. So that's kind of where I felt as well. Roger, 1 year it's flooded in a clear creek. When the water went back down, there was 30 flathead and one small hole trapped. Holy cow. And that's because the flatheads are the least resistant to flight. Epic talked about that the other night when it came to fish being spooky, whether making noise in your boat and whatnot, all the different things, lights in your boat and things like that will spook fish out. And I believe if I remember it correctly, he said that the channel cats are the first. They're very spooky and edgy. They'll blow out of a hole or blow out of their cover quickly. But then the blue cats are afterwards, and the flatheads are pretty stubborn. They will hold their ground for quite a while. They're very territorial, and that's why they end up right now. That's why they end up getting stuck in holes and stuck in fields and things like that when flood, because they're a little more reluctant to move. They hold their ground, and sometimes, in some instances, too long. Muskrat's going to fish the racetrack in Portsmouth. Yeah, it's underwater, isn't it? Hey, man, those cornfields and areas that normally aren't underwater, they might be holding good fish. Spring-fed water is warmer in the winter but cooler in the summer, and that makes sense because, just like geothermal heating, if you guys look at was it 5 feet underground? It's I believe it's 56 degrees, 54 degrees, which is why geothermal heating and cooling works, because when the air temperature, you're trying to heat your house up from outside and it's coming from underground and it's 56 degrees I think it's 56 degrees or 52, it's much easier to heat that air up than it is 20-degree air or negative-degree air to warm up your house. And at the same time, when you're trying to cool your house down in the summer, if it's 50 degrees underground and that's the air that is pulling to cool your house down, it's going to be a lot easier. So that's why geothermal. So the same thing goes for the spring-fed water. That is coming from underground, and it's a consistent temperature. So 50 some degree water is warmer in the summertime. I mean, in the springtime. In the wintertime. I'm trying to read chat while I talk. I can't do two things at once. Oh, Epic's in the house. What's up, Tim Scott? Thanks for stopping in, buddy. We were just talking about you. I'm trying to recite some of the information I've picked up through you, and then also some stuff I've been reading and digging up on my own. Is there a limit on skip? I'm going to say skipjacks every year. I go catch a cooler full. I can see some people wanting to call the game warden on me. You got to pay attention to your local rules and regulations. You know, there is limits on bait, how many pieces of bait you can possess at a time. I believe in Ohio, ours is 100 pieces of bait at a time per person. So I don't think that I don't think skipjack's any different. It's going to be considered about the same. Roger, I had to pick up my kid from basketball practice a little late. There's Rusty Moorfield, river rat catfishing. Man, he dropped video number 2. These guys caught so many fish on the Mississippi River that they couldn't put it all in one video. Well, they could have, but it would have been a really long video. So he had to split it up. And today, part 2 dropped of the river rat catfishing. And man, you talk about some good folks. Rusty and his dad, Big Bob, or Big Cat Bob, and then J.R. Bird. All 3 of those guys being on a boat together. Man, oh man, I can only imagine. I don't know how long it took to edit out that video. Well, I do know it took forever to get this video out. So I'm going to say there was a whole lot of editing going on in that video, but it was fun to watch. Man, I can't wait to get down there and fish with you guys. I'm going to make it happen. Gonna make it happen. Let's see, 500. I'm not sure what that's coming from. Minnow dunkers. The Tennessee River is at 49 degrees. Duck River is always 2 to 4 degrees warmer in the winter. There you go. I know that you have a secret formula there, Paula. You were actually hoping that the Tennessee would cool down so that it would push your fish up into the Duck River. So hopefully that's kind of what's going on right now for you. I know you've been down there fishing a lot. We are going to bust our boat record this year, 80-pounder bust. That is a great goal to have. 100 in Tennessee, 500 in Kentucky. We're talking about bait. Tommy, was I off on that? Is it 500 pieces of bait for us? 500 bait fish in Ohio. Man, I don't know where I come up with 100. I've come out of the spillway a couple times thinking, man, I gotta start counting these things. Right there. See, that's the thing. You gotta know your law in your area. Obviously, I didn't, because I thought ours was 100 pieces of bait, but it's actually right here. Justin's got it right on the 499 a time. You have to have a bait license if you have more than 499. Send the link to his channel. If somebody could grab the link for Rusty Moorfield's river rat catfishing and throw it up there for us. Rusty was on a while back in our show. Man, we had a great time. And what a bunch of knowledge, man. Those guys out there catch some fish, good people, and they catch all kinds of fish. Rusty's dad Bob goes down and fishes Mississippi for crappie. And he's just as talented catching big slab crappie as he is catching big old blue cats and flatheads. So next time I'm in Ohio, you meet me and Justin need to hit the water. I am down. I am actually working on schedule right now to figure out who I can fish with and when, to try to get things planned out and in order. I know Paula's going to throw a fit if I don't get down there. So Paula Smith, I'm coming. We've got to get together and talk about a date and plan that out and get that taken care of. We got Fishing for Freedom coming up in June. We've got Camp Centurion tournament through Patriot James in April. We've got Mendota in May. I don't know if I can make all that, especially if my boat don't get squared away quick. But we're gonna have a. I'm going to put together a little convoy, Muskrat across America. I want to fish with everybody. I don't know if I can do it all one year, but I'm going to get to fishing this year with some of you. Rusty and his dad and Paul Bird. That is a trip that's happening this year. So I think I missed something there, but I think a couple of people posted it for the River Rat link for me. Kevin and Stan both did that. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. I love seeing the link shared out. You guys know me. I love to share links out when I'm in chat. You know, a lot of folks, links I share, even if you're not in chat, if you ever start getting random, because I know Derek with Ohio Catfish Chaser said this to me one night. He said, you know, I'll be at home watching TV or doing something with the family, and all of a sudden I'll pick up 2 subscribers at 8:30 at night, and I'm like, what in the world? And because we're out there sharing links and trying to share the love. So even if you're not in chat, I still try to get I still try to push channel links out there and get some knowledge. And there's so many good channels out there and so much stuff I still learn from all the folks that have, you know, either old channels that's got good content from years ago, or all these new channels that are popping up that are cranking out some, you know, really cool content. I mean, I know Skip's my buddy, and so I'm a little biased, but you know, his fishing reel hack to turn any 6,500 into a line counter, or 65, 6,000, 55, and 5,000 Abu Garcia reels. You buy a $30 side plate, and you've now got a line counter. That was great. That was a great piece of information. Great piece of information, and you know, and he's new. And then he kicks out another video comparing rods and their action side by side. You know, not all rods are created equally. Just because it says medium heavy on the blank, until you get a hold of one and give it the wiggle, as Elstan says, give it the wiggle. It's you know, you can't really tell how the action is going to be. Mike Greenwell, man, he beat me to it. He was on my list. I was going after Mark. As long as they have no issues, Mark Blauvelt will be the guest Saturday night. Man, if you guys remember Mark being on my show, it's been a while. That's why, you know, I was wanting to get him. Mike, great job getting him this time of year. You know, as we start heading into spring and all that, Mark's been out catching tons of fish through the ice. But that show right there on Saturday night, that will be a great show to watch. So make sure you guys tune in for that. Since Mark has got a ton of knowledge, a ton of experience. You know, he's up there with Carl Morris, you know, fishing tons of tournaments and just got years and years of experience and knowledge on his back. Wow. I'm very fortunate. I got a video from last year that blown up, and it's over 117,000 views right there. Holy cow. Fishing in Mid-Sound. Roger and I do the same thing. Skip. Just getting my license all in order. Ohio, Kentucky, West Virginia. Yeah, we those of us that fish this area a lot, we do that. We go ahead and buy our license up for each state. I want to catch the West Virginia state record. And if I don't own a license for West Virginia, well, actually, I'm not 100% about that. I think as long as I'm on Ohio water, I could still claim it. But because I do fish West Virginia water a lot and Kentucky water a lot, and of course Ohio water, we end up buying several out-of-state licenses. And for me, for the most part, even when I travel, so right now we're talking about going back down to Wilson and Wheeler. Hopefully, I'm sure Janice is listening to this and be like, "Where do you think you're going? You can't getting the money to take all these trips at." But wanting to go down to fish Tennessee, well, it's not much more money normally to go ahead and buy an annual license when you're out of state than it is to buy like a 3-day or 7-day license, and you're more likely to go back. Yeah, sometimes them videos will blow up like that. They'll take off for a while, and then something will happen. Something will happen a year or two later that causes people to search for that search for that title, or search for something that tricked or clicked. Maybe it was a tag in your tagline, and all of a sudden they'll pick up momentum again and get going. PD, man, I'd love to come down and fish Santee Cooper. I would love to. Betty said I bought more fishing licenses over the last year than my whole life combined. And that's the blessing and the curse of being able to travel and do some fishing. I know Betty's been over South Carolina with her aunt, taking care of some business and squeezing in some pleasure along the way. You gotta stay current on the license. Ohio and West Virginia is unified. River fish would be a state record either way. Yeah. I knew if I tried to say that, there would be a 1,000 questions, and I don't have the answers for all of them. It seems so crazy down there. You can never get straight answers on what is what. Daggone, Jim ain't playing around. I'll have 5 states this year. I'm not sure. I actually probably will have 5, maybe. I think maybe just 5. There we go. Yeah. Well, see, here's where the conflict came in there. Steve Douglas was fishing Ohio and West Virginia bordering water. He caught the fish in West Virginia water, but he's a Kentucky resident. So he wasn't a resident of Ohio or West Virginia fishing that water. And I think that's where that problem came from. Don't quote me on that. I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure that ended up being the problem. It was because he caught that fish in water, and he had a license, I believe, for Ohio, but not West Virginia, and he didn't have, and he's not a resident. I could be wrong on all that. I probably shouldn't have said anything because somebody will fact check me. Where's Cat Busters at when you need him? Huh? Fact check me. Shared mine or not, but you sure will. Yeah, Mike Greenwell, make sure you guys are tuning in Saturday. Kind of a love-hate thing, though. It's got me almost 1,000 subs. So man, you're up to 1,000 subs? Man, we use on the show. I don't remember where he was at, but I thought it was in the 300s to 400s, getting up to 1,000, man. That's awesome. Way to go, brother. We are doing awesome over here at Muskrat Adventures, man. We are creeping right up on 800. We're still a couple hundred shy from that coveted 1,000 subscriber mark. But 800, man, and it's just a little here and a little there. We're getting there. And so I appreciate all the support and love that you guys pour out. I've got some of the best family, cat fam in the business right here. And so I appreciate what you guys do and, help support the channel, sharing links out. I've got some great folks out there that share links out. I got some great folks that, always leave good comments and encouraging information, either after a live stream or if I finally post a a fishing video. You know, those comments, and not just for me, but for any of these other channels and guys that you watch and girls that you watch. You know, if you like the video, comments really help the video out a lot. The like button does a lot as far as analytics go and helping get so, you know, when you watch a video and, you know, it's got the other videos that pop up that you may also like, you know, the goal is to get your video over there as a suggested video so that it creates more views and all that. But the comments help the content creator. For us, it's good to go in there and get those comments. It helps, you know, it means more than a thumbs up does when somebody, you know, writes, even if it's 2 words, man, good job or way to go, or if they really paid attention and picked out something funny in the video and razz you about it. I really enjoy reading my comments. So we have some awesome support on the channel. We're not monetized yet, so we don't have a handy dandy super chat link on there, but you know, I do throw the PayPal link in the description, and I've had some pretty good folks that have helped out along the way, help support the channel and help support me and keep growing and keep making things better. So miss this here. Once you hit the 1,500, the algorithm kicks in. I just started putting on subs after 1,500, and the view time went up a lot. There you go. There's a lot to it. I don't spend a whole lot of time digging into it, and for the analytics and the fancy side, I know that there's a lot more work I could do to help boost things up. Man, this is what I hate right here. We're on Facebook, but I can't see who you are. So thanks for stopping in. I don't know. Well, I do know why they won't communicate. They just won't right now. Facebook changed some of their permissions and to where they won't allow third-party apps to come in, and it's basically sharing that information because StreamYard wants to know who that is, and Facebook is saying, no, you don't get to know. So I appreciate everybody tuning in from Facebook. Like I said, if you like what we're doing and you're curious about what's going on, go check out a couple videos. And if you like what you see, hit the subscribe button and hit the bell notification, and you'll get notified when we go live and put out some more content, or we're live on the river. I like to try to go live at least once a week on the river, and more if I can. If I can keep that boat running, I'd be live every day. Let's see what else we got going on. Here are the only important, encouraging words you need. Take me to the river. Justin, I'm ready, man. As soon as I figure out what's going on with this ignition, or figure out what it is. I don't know if it's just I'm not getting power where I need to get power, what it is. I took everything apart, and there was a lot of bare wires, and I went in there with my voltage regulator and started poking around on stuff, but I didn't know which wires are supposed to be what, so I had to come inside and start doing some research. I lose a lot of people because they sub and leave, then YouTube takes them away. Make sure you sub and like and comment. Yeah, that's a great that's great information there, Hooks. It's a fact that people, you know, come in and all they do is sub and they never stick around. YouTube will take them away. We picked up a bunch of subscribers for the Whisker Bowl, but a lot of folks tuned in for that event and never really, stuck around for anything else. And so I went down like eight subs one day. That, or I just really ticked some people off. I'm not sure which one happened. Daniel Ishmael says, always be watching. Thanks, man. Sharina says, Thomas, you're getting the boat ready, and we're going to be out on the water soon. I am looking forward to that. But here's what I'm going to do. We're about at that hour mark. And I'm going to double check my notes here and see what else. Because all we really said about fishing is about shallow water. And of course, we kind of went back and forth on what water warms up faster, whether it's gravel, sand, mud, concrete, boat docks, whatever that is. But I threw a link out there. If anybody's interested in coming in and hanging out, we usually get into some pretty good conversations here at the 1 hour mark, and we can keep on chatting it up. Fishing Mid-South is up to 47 subs. It was me and my other 8 accounts. There are some people creating multiple accounts. I have one account. If you see Muskrat Adventures, it's me. And if it's something else, it ain't me. Roger will be over 1K before he has to mow the lawn. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. We would, I would be happy with that. I enjoy it. Charlie Hubbard, what's going on, buddy? Appreciate you stopping in. Thank you for joining us. We fishing season just starting, so we're just shooting the bull. That's right. You know, we made this comment the other night. We was talking about targeting flatheads. So as a team, Zach and Skip and I have decided, you know what, we're going to try to target flatheads this year. Now, you know, we're still going to catch Bluecats, but we really want to try to up our game when it comes to flatheads. It's stuck with J-Dog, ain't going nowhere. Well, that's A-okay with me, brother. You're good people in my book. J-Dog will send me messages throughout the week and just chat with me and call me up on occasion. So he's a good dude. But anyway, we was talking about stepping up our flathead game, and we was talking about fishing structure. And, of course, you know, the video there a couple of weeks ago about the Pythagorean theorem and getting your bait right down there amongst them. Well, that means you're going to lose some gear. And that was turned into a hot topic the other day. Folks not wanting to lose any gear. And for me, if I'm not breaking off, and if I'm not having a hard time getting my stuff back, I'm not in there where I need to be. I'm not in the structure. I'm not down there amongst them where I want to be. And so to me, Roger, come on down there, waking up on the duck. I'll be down, Paula. Janice just gave me the thumbs up the other day. She said, hey, you want to go down and fish with Paula sometime this month? Set it up and make it happen. So be careful what you ask for. I put that Toyota right on the road right now. But anyway, talk about getting down, you know, amongst the fish, and, you know, you're going to break off sometimes, man. We're going to lose some tackle. We're going to lose some gear. Do I like losing demon dragons and TK hooks and a chain swivel, a 3-way swivel, my sinker? Do I like breaking all that stuff off? No. But you know what I like even more than bringing back my gear or bringing back a hook and a demon dragon is bringing back a big old flathead. That's what I like. I like bringing that big old flathead back. And I fish some of the nastiest stuff I can find. I know we was talking about the other day. Yeah, Jim, I am working on the muskrat tomorrow. I'm gonna try to figure out if it's my ignition switch went bad on me, or if I've got a wire somewhere and it's giving me a problem, or what happened. So I'm not sure if I'm getting juice to that. I can jump the hot wire straight to the starter and it'll turn over. But yeah, I've got to try to get it figured out. See what I need if I need to buy something to get it going. Oh, sorry, Lee. That's a heck of an offer. I've got him right here, man. Lee Reed's got the rattles and stuff. I got a bunch of his rattles, and that I tie up, and you know, they're all $15 a break off. I don't know if mine's quite that expensive. I don't know if I lose quite that much money on a break off, but it does get expensive, man. If you're targeting flatheads, you're going to lose some gear. Yeah, and that was the gist of the conversation. You know, some folks were saying that you know, they they just weren't going to. They just didn't want to fish that tight in instruction. Ricky's Creation, what's up, buddy? Well, thanks for saying hello. That way we know you're here. Appreciate you stopping in and tuning in, man. Good stuff, man. If you guys haven't checked out Ricky's Creations, I think everybody knows by now who he is. He's famous for several of his artwork, through Chunky Cat's neon sign, the Whisker Bowl trophies, the artwork he did for Mark over at the Fishing Magician 2.0. And I'm sure there's many more. It's not coming to my brain right now, but awesome, talented individual right there. See right there, I got to remind you guys to hit the thumbs up. Hey, you know what? Even though I do these live streams and create content, I forget. I'll get in the chat. I'll be watching somebody's chat or watching a show, and I'll forget it. And somebody will, throw that in there. Hey, don't forget to hit the thumbs up. And I'll be like, oh yeah, I forgot. And so you guys can drop the thumbs up anytime you want, because I'm sure I know for a fact I can't be the only person who forgets to hit it. And you get into the chat, I take it as a compliment. You guys were so into the show that we forgot about everything else. And isn't that how it should be? We just leave everything else behind for an hour or so, talk about catfishing, talk about what we're wanting, what's coming up next, and what to look forward to. Talk about hanging out with our friends and setting up play dates. That's what they are. Setting up play dates. Alan, what's up? I wish I could fish with Paula, just saying. Well, I can't speak for Paula, but I think she's pretty much an open book with knowledge and experience. I've heard her say 100 times, just come on, let's go. So you be careful wishing for fish with Paula, because she'll tell you to come on, and then as soon as you say, well, I got this or that, then you're me. You're me. Because I said, man, I want to fish with Paula. She said, let's go. And I was like, oh, shoot, I didn't mean like right now. I was like, but we're going to be down there. I guarantee we're going to have fun. I'm pretty optimistic we're going to catch some fish, but I guarantee we're going to have fun. I get large glass rattles on eBay that are tight and foam floats, too cheap for demon dragons with flatheads. Yeah. And I do the same thing. I've got these Versa rattles and stuff that I'll use. And actually these here came from Lee Reed too, on Uncle Lou's bait shop. There's plenty of times that I don't throw demon dragons on every rig. You go breaking off a bunch of them, and you come up really, really sad. And so I use peg floats and Versa rattles and bead combinations and everything else. And to be honest with you, sometimes that's what they want. And sometimes they don't want anything at all. Roger, I wouldn't mind taking you on Texoma. Oh man, that would be awesome. Texoma is a big crazy lake. Lee Evans, what's up, buddy? Thanks for stopping in, setting hooks and crossing eyes. Good luck, Kevin. Saturday, I got 7 trips under my belt, not a single catfish for the year. Oh man, the only thing I've caught on riding reel this year is crappie, white bass, and skipjack. Well, the only thing I can say about that is just keep on trucking. You know what I mean? If you've got 7 trips under your belt, maybe the 8th trip is what it takes to put a monster in the boat for you or on the bank. But it is tough. That gets pretty discouraging. Confidence is one of the biggest things you'll hear people talk about. Even the most successful fishermen will tell you that confidence is key. Of course, time on the water always ends up being number one, but many of them will say confidence is a close second. And if you start losing confidence, and you don't believe in what you're doing, you'll fish totally different than what you will if you envision, well, there's a new one, A-Town Piracy. I know I haven't seen that name before. My boat was a catfish guide boat in the Ohio River. Now it was made its way to Columbia, South Carolina. There you go. Well, thank you for joining. We appreciate you being here. Jason Ward also. I hadn't seen your name up there earlier. Michael's in the house as well. I don't want to leave anybody out. But yeah, confidence is a what's that say? How's it going, Muskrat? Dropping in till DMV goes live again. I got you. Is he moving spots? I know he was. I tuned in over there for a little bit before I went live. He had caught a few fish, he had caught one fish while I was on there. Charlie Hubbard spent $40 one night in Demon Dragons. Now, was that what you spent buying Demon Dragons, or you lost $40 in Demon Dragons in one night? That is dedication. After like 2, I'm like, all right, you're not getting any more of my Demon Dragons. You're getting peg floats and rattles. Dan's Creation. Hey, Roger. Hey. Thanks to everyone who tuned in by our very first. Oh, man. Dan, I missed you. Had a live? Very first line. Sorry, phone died. Couldn't keep it charged. Sorry I missed it, man. I'll have to go back and look for it. Texas Tigers in the house. Thanks for stopping in, checking us out. I like picking on people. So anyone might be next. There you go. I don't think anybody has a problem. I see that being considered picking on anybody. It's an honor. Great show, Roger. I'm all 5 a.m. comes fast. Who was that? I missed it. Oh, Ernie Brown. Get some stuff done. All right, brother. Appreciate you stopping in, checking us out. Hopefully you guys can get out this weekend, get some fish under your belt. I believe we're going to try to target the Kanawha River this weekend. The Ohio River should be on the fall, but I think we're going to head to the Kanawha River and target flatheads. Whether that's really going to work or not is yet to be seen, but we're going to go up there and see what we can't find. We'll settle for some big old blue cats. But I believe we're going to target the Kanawha River. Kanawha River, kind of like the Duck River. Like Paula was saying, it's always just a little bit warmer. And with the current and the conditions of the Ohio River, the Kanawha River will back up and slow down. And a lot of these fish will be looking to get out of that fast, crazy water, that muddy, turbulent water. The bait fish especially, and then the other fish will follow suit. And that Kanawha River sometimes can load up with some big fish, and it could be really, really good fishing this time of year under these conditions. So I'm looking forward to it and get back out there and get after some fish. But, yeah, don't forget to check out Chris Souter's video with Skip and Zach putting the hammer down on some nice fish on that video as well. You guys have seen or heard Chris Souders, if you wasn't paying attention or wasn't able to tune in for the Catfish Conference, he spilled the beans on what's been going on in his life. Why he hasn't been had much of a social presence. One, he's been filming his season 2 of Catfish Crazy, which is about to kick off. I believe he said the end of March. If somebody was paying more attention than me, maybe you can help me out with the date there. But he's been filming that. He also lost his boat due to an accident. He got ran off the road and was very lucky to not been injured. But however, his boat was ejected from the trailer and suffered a lot of damage. I don't know if they totaled the boat out or not. I think I know, but I'm not going to put his business out there. So I'm not 100% sure on that. So he was been without a boat. And then in the middle of all that, he and his wife adopted the biological son of their daughter. And so Chris Souders has had his hands full, to say the least. So thoughts and prayers to go out to Chris Souders and his family. What what a crazy time in the Souders household. But I talked to Chris a few months ago when all this really started happening, and he was super excited, so happy, so grateful. You know, like you said in the video, his daughter had been praying for like 3 years for a sibling, and just the way the stars aligned, their prayers were answered, and they've got another little one in the house. I got to be completely honest. I don't know what I would do if I had to take in a newborn at this stage of my life. It would be crazy. I'm a big kid myself, so maybe it wouldn't be that big of a change. I just act like myself, and me and the kid would get along just fine. But I really don't even know what sent me off down that road right there. But we was just talking about Chris Souders having a new video out, and it was great seeing Zach and Skip get on the boat with him. And I was a little jealous. I got left out on that one. I have fished with Chris in the past, but that was a New Year's special. It was actually Zach's birthday, New Year's Day, and they had planned on going out that day there, and some plans changed. I think it was the weather kind of pushing them back a day, and so they got out there and got it done and had a good time. That's one thing you guys will notice in our videos when I'm fishing with Zach or Skip or Janice or any of you guys in chat that have fished with me. Any of my videos, even my video Friday when I was fishing by myself, we joke and cut up and have a good time, and we laugh most of the day. We just have a good time. There's another one, Justin's Fishing Fetish. He and I go fishing. I don't know what the deal is. We can't seem to get on fish when I'm with Justin, but we have fun either way. I keep telling him he's bad luck. He's got to bring Gabby. We catch fish when Gabby comes, so you got to bring Gabby fishing. He's been blessed. He's just passing it on to the newborn. Yeah, you're right, buddy. Uh-oh. My dream is to fish with palmetto cats. Kevin, are you a dream weaver? Let's see. I'm going to drop my link in here again. If anybody wants to hop in, we'll keep this going for a few more minutes unless somebody wants to come in and hang out. We'll try to keep up with what's going on with chat. Wait for Bob. There you go. I've seen that name on here a couple times. So wait for Bob. Thanks for tuning in and checking us out. Appreciate you being here. We've had some good times. We've had some fun laughs. I'll be honest with you. I'm super excited about Carl Morris coming and joining the show. I'll have that link up and scheduled out here soon. And then we will also have Saturday night with Mark Blauvelt. That is going to be a great show. Hey, look, somebody took me up on my offer. Vincent Fines. What's going on, buddy?
Is that feedback coming from me?
Somebody took me up on my offer. No, you sound pretty good.
I'll just come on and say hi, everybody. I see everybody's name up there, and nobody's seen my face too much. I'm kind of new to the community, so I thought I'd come say hi to everybody.
No, I love it. I love it because you're right. You see everybody's names in chat, but you can't put a face on them. And of course, most people on here don't have their full name. So having been friends with them on Facebook or whatever.
Going on here.
Do you? Yeah, you probably have to turn down whatever you're watching it on.
Yeah.
You want to be able to hear me. You probably have to turn down whatever you're watching it on.
Yeah. Is that better? I just want to screw up the feed at all.
You're not going to mess it up. As long as you turn the volume down, or I would mute it on YouTube because it sounds like you have it on YouTube as well. If you mute it there, you should be good.
Okay.
All right. So, hey, let's start out. Give everybody your name. You don't have to give the full first and last name if you don't want to. You might have.
Well, so Bob, last name's Kanoniak. Really hard last name, so just having the easy first name like Bob makes my life easier.
Yeah, I wouldn't even want to try to take a stab at spelling that.
I live here. I live in Springfield, Missouri. So I'm about 35 miles south of Lisle, you know, Catfish Weekly.
Yeah.
Just grew up in Texas, but we've been living here about 18 years. So I just kind of fish the local lakes around here, mostly Table Rock and Norfolk and Beaver, which is most known for like the stripers and stuff.
Right.
It's hard for catfish because it's real deep lakes. A lot of the, you know, water is like 100 feet deep in most of the places.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
What about, so you fishing from the bank? You got a boat?
I got a boat. I got a 26-foot Angler Quest pontoon boat.
Oh, yeah.
And I do kayak fishing too. Got a Old Town Autopilot 136.
There you go.
And I'll bank fish too. I'll do anything. I don't care. I'll fish off a dock. I'll fish off rocks. I don't care. And I like to fish for anything. Catfish, bass, stripers, it doesn't matter. I just like feeling the tug.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. You say there's a lot of different fish down there where you're fishing at as well too, right?
Yeah.
As far as
I'm trying to put my boat on Norfolk Lake this year. It's at Arkansas. It kind of goes up in the Missouri area. Mainly those for stripers, but I mean they stock Bluecats in there. I've seen some big flatheads caught out of there, which is a good clean lake. My wife likes to be in those clear lakes where she can swim and stuff. And I just like for her to go with me. So you know, whatever it takes to get her on the boat more, I'm going to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, the pontoon, you usually do it. Of course, my wife, she's gotten into the catfishing pretty good here lately. But up until that point, man, it was the pontoon. Everybody wanted a pontoon every time we left the house.
Right.
And we ended up getting rid of it and back in November. And I'm already hearing it. This thing's starting to warm up. And like, man, we're going to get another pontoon.
Yeah.
We ended up getting rid of it and back in November. And I'm already hearing it.
Sorry.
Starting to warm up. And like,
I got a delay here now. Trying to get this other thing. I just kept hearing so much of feedback. Before I got the pontoon boat, I did have a CR ProCat 240.
Yeah.
And I would take her out in that thing, and she'd put like a little beach chair in there, try to lay down. She looked so uncomfortable. I'm like, I got to do something different.
Oh man.
So I just decided just to go ahead and get the pontoon boat, and she loves it now.
Well, those Angler Quests are set up pretty nice, pretty versatile when it comes to catfishing as well, too, from what I could tell.
I'm sorry, I got a bad delay.
Yeah, you got to mute it. You can only, you won't be able to listen to it through the YouTube. You'll only be able to listen to it through me. Is that your phone that you're on?
Well, I tried that to see if it didn't, but I had a bigger delay on that one. So how would I listen to it then?
You would only listen to me. You don't have to.
I just got speakers going into my computer.
Oh, I got you. Hang on here. I'm trying to see what this one here says. My 9-year-old got into trouble at school for not listening, so I told him to write.
Oh.
There you go. I'm not sure who that is because, as you guys could see, it just says Facebook user, but that sounds like something that would happen to me.
I think I see what's going on here.
I'm not sure. You get it figured out? It says Facebook user, but
because I got the StreamYard going and then other things. So
yeah, whatever you're watching on, whatever you're streaming, whatever you're using as your camera, that'll be the only thing that will have the sound, and everything else will have to be muted.
Okay. Yeah, so I muted
the stream.
Yeah, muted the stream. Well, the other one, actually I muted YouTube. I can hear a lot better now just looking through the StreamYard thing, but I just can't see the chat though. So if anybody says anything in the chat, I'm sorry, I'm going to miss it.
That's all right.
I'll figure this out. This is my first time doing this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, look at you. I appreciate you jumping on here.
I just bought this camera yesterday. I'm like, well, I'm going to get on this one of the times. And, you know,
there you go.
As I said, I really enjoy this catfish community. I mean, everybody here is so great. I'm finding some people on Facebook, friending people. And I don't know. Great guys, women too. I mean, everybody's been great.
It's
getting right in and feeling welcome. And I appreciate that.
Yeah. It doesn't take very long. You don't have to, if you come in with a good attitude and, show some support, the community will suck you right in, like a black hole, man. They'll take you right in.
Right. I feel, home, and still kind of new to catfishing. My personal best Bluecat is 20 pounds. 30 pounds. I caught that actually at the Sea tournament a couple years ago in Wheeler. Yeah. And my personal best flat is like 5 pounds. and I've never targeted them too much. And but man, I tell you, the few that I've caught so far, they'll get you hooked really quick.
Yes.
I grew up in Texas bass fishing, and it's like catch a 6-pound bass and it's huge, and 6-pound catfish. Oh, that's deep. So it's like, I just, I want to feel those 20, 30, 40, 50 pounders. And I know as time goes on, I'll get it.
Yeah. It's just like anything else. There are people that go out there and get lucky on their first go around, go out and stick a giant fish, or, you hear guys going out hunting for the first time and shoot a giant buck or something like that. Right. And it happens. But for the most part, we've got to work our butts off and scratch and claw our way to these fish to put experience and, time on the water.
What's so cool is every time on the water, it doesn't matter if I catch fish or not, I'm having a blast. I just love being out there. It's just. And that's the part, especially when you go start making videos, or if you start doing live streams, that's the part that people really connect to is if you can just go out and have a good time, whether you're catching monster fish or you're catching eaters, from my 2 cents anyway, watching videos and what I gather from what most viewers' comments are, it's all about the experience. Oh, yeah. Going through about fishing with people, I don't care if I catch the fish, they catch the fish. Just being out there, seeing the fish caught, that's all that matters. If I go out there and get skunked and my buddy's catching 100 fish, I'm still gonna have a good day just watching him reeling fish and netting, for him. I don't care. It's just, that's to me, it's just being out there with the fun, and whoever catching it doesn't matter. Let's just go have fun and have a blast. And if we have any fish or no fish, we have a lot of good laughs, maybe eat some good food on the boat.
Hey, now you're to me. Now the way to my heart right there, man.
I've got a grill. I've got a grill that goes on my boat.
What kind of grill are you putting on the boat?
The Trex Tech system on the Angler Quest, they have a grill that just fits right on. I can just slide it on and off when I want to, and just a little propane one, but cook burgers, some brats, and hot dogs, and steak, and that
one there hangs over the water, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
The greatest catfish community in the world, says Betty.
Yes, that's very, very true. Like I said, I feel right at home here.
Yeah, it's.
I'm hoping to do my first live stream. My cousin's coming down from Minnesota. We're going to spend 4 days in Lake Norfolk, basically probably chasing the white bass running up the river.
Yeah.
When you go up there, you got the stripers, you got the hybrids. There'll be catfish there too. We're going to be staying at the nice dock in the cove that I've caught catfish in before. And so I figured it'd be a good place to try to go live for the first time and just see what happens, So I've been watching more live streams this past few weeks, and I get hooked. I was like, I'll step in there for 5 minutes, and like 2 hours later, I'm still watching somebody trying to catch a fish. I feel like I'm there with them. And it's just like it's awesome.
Hey, good night, James. Thanks for stopping in, buddy. I appreciate it.
Bye, James.
Whoops. Wait. There we go. Best day of fishing I've had is being the net man for my dad. He put a 65, 48, and a 35-pound blue back-to-back.
Heck yeah.
Well, that's awesome. that right
I'll
there.
I'll be the net man for anybody any day just to witness that.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even catch the fish, but when we were fishing in Wheeler and Wilson, helping Doc Lang put a 76-pound fish in the boat after it drug him all over the water for about an hour and a half. I didn't even catch the fish, but I felt like I did. It was just awesome. Just
witnessing that is awesome. It just, like I said, I don't care if I catch it or not. Just being there. But I mean, if you got topics you want to talk about, I didn't mean to like take over stuff. I just want to jump in. And,
No, you're fine. You're fine. I didn't see anybody else wanting to jump in. You can hang out if you want to go. You can go. But we'll keep on chatting for a little bit.
Yeah.
See, Becca, there's another one there that really helps a lot of folks out in the catfish community. Does a lot of good. She's helped me and Janice out. I know I've talked about it before, and she probably hates the publicity, but put the grill on the boat, and she's helped support the channel, and just like a lot of other folks, Lee Reed in here has helped support the channel. I don't want to get into naming names because there are so many people in here that have helped me along.
Becca's been awesome. She's one of the first persons to friend me on Facebook from this community, and she's awesome. And I see her on a lot of different people live streams, supporting people and so
Yeah,
forth.
we need
a lot of people like her in this community, and we do got a lot more, you know.
Yeah, there are a lot of folks. You know, you can pretty much, you got your core group of people. Now you pretty much go to a live stream, and you know, if they've got any following whatsoever, you're going to see the same names showing up in chat. You know, especially this time of night. You know, 8 o'clock in the evening. You know, we've got our normal YouTube schedule of who's going to be showing. And then you've got your late night shows and things like that. And, you know, the people fishing live. And that's going to continue to pick up as the as the weather warms up. You know, there's just going to be a lot more people out fishing.
Right.
I know a lot of people.
The hardest part for me is like seeing everybody's YouTube names, but then I keep getting these like suggested people on Facebook, and I see these people, but I don't always match the names to the YouTube channel, you know, until somebody's on one of these shows. Like the other night, you know, Skip being up from Clearview. I see Clearview. I didn't know his name was Skip. I didn't know your name was Roger until just a few weeks ago.
There you go.
Muskrat. I've heard Lyle talk about Muskrat for years on Catfish Weekly. You know, but I've heard Roger DeMint. I've heard that name before, but didn't put the two and two together until just a few weeks ago. So I've been, you know, neat to finally have something compiled where everybody's name, and Beck is really good at that, you know. And
yeah, so there are a lot of folks
out there about their names as much as she can, and I've learned half these names because of her posting that.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, there's a lot of folks in here whose names I still don't know. You know, I didn't know your name was Bob till just now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but I don't know. We may even be friends on Facebook. I have so many.
Well, I just sent your request. You accepted it today, so yeah, we are friends on Facebook as of today.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. You could be talking to somebody, and that's why I end up accepting so many friends requests. My wife's like, "Why do you have so many friends?" I was like, "Look, people talk to me. I might be talking to you in chat for months, and then you send me a friends request, and I'm going to say no because I didn't recognize the name." So I'll just scroll through. I'm like, "Hey, they like catfishing. That's good enough."
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, as long as they got
a lot of catfish community, I'll go with the suggested friends, and everybody's holding pictures of catfish and stuff. But you know, I don't got that. I'm with my wife. She likes it better with a picture of us together.
Yeah.
I need a good catfish picture because right now my YouTube thing on the banner, I got me holding a nice big muskie I caught up in Minnesota.
Ain't nothing wrong with the muskie.
Oh yeah. Well, I've fished for muskie quite a few times. That one in that picture on my Facebook banner, that's my only muskie I've ever caught.
Oh, really?
48-inch up in Lake Vermilion. They're tough. They're tough to catch. But I need a good picture of me catching a big catfish on there next.
Bill Wright's fishing. He's in the house. I haven't seen him for a long time. Thanks for stopping in, man. I appreciate it. Tim Scott's in the house. Epic. He asked if you and Sean got any fish the other day. And you know, talk about the community. And I know Tim's head probably blows up great big when he gets in these chats and we get to talking about him. But I'm the same. But the thing about it is, whether it's me or you or any of these other folks that are in chat, including Tim, you know, and I point Tim out because he has so much experience. Mm-hmm. But everyone's willing to share and give everything I know. Everything, every tip and trick and technique that I could pick up and share, I give it all away. And he's the same way, you know, he's worked his tail off. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears goes into what he's put in his head. And, you know, to me, the catfish community, we want people to succeed. We want to see people catch big fish.
Right.
You know, somebody catches a giant fish, you know, my first thing is like, oh man, that is awesome. You know, I feel so happy for that person. Except for Skip, when he left me at home and caught that 60-pounder, I was like, Skip, I was supposed to be, that was my side of the boat, man. 100 pounds of fish and 2 fish.
Well,
he was taking pictures.
Applaud him. That's all you can do.
Huh?
You have to applaud him. That's all you can do.
Oh yeah, no, I love that he caught it. He was so happy. He was on the phone with me. And just you could hear the tremble in his voice. He was so excited. And then the other rod bent down, and he's like, "Oh my God!" I made him go I made him FaceTime me so I can have him hold the, he didn't know we could do FaceTime and he could hold the fish and I could take screenshots and send him the picture just like I was there.
Right.
And, unfortunately, he didn't know that when he had the 60 pounder. We could have got him some really good looking pictures. I would have made that sucker look 100 pounds easy. I would have pulled a deeder on it.
You river fish mainly, don't you?
What's that?
Don't you river fish mainly?
Yeah. We're pretty much on the Ohio River most of the time. I do like to do some lake fishing. Around here, we don't have any blues really other than 1 or 2 lakes. Right. And so I really love to drag baits and to drag planer boards. And so until it gets, the water gets down, to almost nothing on the Ohio River, there's only a couple of places I drag baits and pull planer boards. So
what I'm really wanting to learn is like the lakes I fish in. Again, I fish southern Missouri, northern Arkansas, and they're clear, deep lakes. What's the best way to target catfish in a lake like that? Now, I know I could go a little bit north of me to Truman and Lake of the Ozarks. My wife doesn't really care for those lakes.
Right.
Crowded or what she calls just dirty because the water is dingy. Those lakes are a lot more shallow, easier to fish. But in these deep, clear lakes where I am at, what would be the best way to target?
I'd be lying if I tried to tell you.
Yeah.
I don't want to send you down a rabbit hole because I'm not familiar with a clear, deep lake.
Mm-hmm.
So I would.
Because get visibility, 30 feet deep a lot of times.
30 feet deep visibility?
Yeah.
Holy cow. Epic, do you have information on that? I know he's a river guy himself, but he's got lake experience as well. I actually threw the link up in there and chat if Tim's willing to come in and help me answer this question, because I really don't know. And I'd rather say I don't know and be honest with you than try to BS you, because that's not going to help anybody.
So I can sit there and target a striper all, summer long and catch those. And that's fun to do. I mean, don't get me wrong, but
yeah, I bet.
I really like catching catfish though.
Yeah. 30 foot visibility is nothing I've experienced. Not around here. Uh-oh. Yeah. He accepted my invite.
Look at me, just laying around on the couch.
Hey, man.
Go to the kitchen.
Nothing wrong with that.
You're
not on the river. The couch is the second best place to be.
I did not know if it was even going to work, because the other day, I didn't know this, but my wife got into had to look at my email or something. She signed in, and then I couldn't get into chat.
Oh, no.
It was asking me all kinds of questions. That's all right.
Hey, Tim, did you hear the question that Bob asked? Because I don't know how to answer it. And the question was,
I did.
Go ahead, Bob.
Basically targeting catfish in deep, clear lakes like Table Rock, Norfolk, Beaver Lake, northern Arkansas, southern Missouri, where I'm at. That's the lakes I fish mainly, but they're very clear and very deep in a lot of places.
Yes. I fished Table Rock. Maybe, I'll bet it's been 30 years ago almost. I'll bet it's been at least 28 years. But what I did on Table Rock is I noticed back in those days, I just had a little John boat. And I noticed it was real clear. And I noticed another thing was that there was a lot of boat traffic on weekends. So I kind of deducted what I was going to do. So I took some sunfish and I cut those up, and I also used some creek chubs that I had brought with me. And I went to, I wouldn't say the deepest spot, but I wouldn't say the shallowest either. So I went to one of the fingers, and I noticed that it's mostly rock, even though I had like an old style fish finder with just basically the single beam, I could still pick up hanging off those ledges. And whenever the sun just say the sun is in the east, I would go where the sun is towards. If it's overhead, not much you can do, but I knew there was some shade off those shelves. So you got clear water coming. Gosh, this is weird. You got clear, you got to straight down, and then you got those shelves that come out like that. You fish table. Right. So I'm assuming and I can't remember where I was, but like where I launched or whatever, but I'm assuming the whole lake is very similar to that. So
a lot of it is. Unless you go way up the river arms, then you're gonna get away from that, which is a place to target for.
So what I did was I imagined where I would fish the shade, just like you would in a shallow, clear river. You're gonna, I had a buddy of mine that used to say, "Hey, it's time for the shade bite," because it was hot, but he didn't know it, but he really was onto something. Especially in those shallower, clear water rivers when that sun gets high in the sky. If you can, target is kind of deal. If you had like an overhead cover, or if I was prepared back in those days to fish that really deep stuff, with a trolling motor and kind of match the, whatever fish, especially if they were suspended. But Table Rock, I don't think it has any blues, does it? Because we only caught channel cats.
No. But Norfolk and Beaver, they do stock those are blues. But all those lakes have natural flathead population though from the river system.
Okay.
Right.
I actually fished Table Rock. I was down there for a job interview, believe that or not. And I camped and fished, went to the job interview, didn't really like that, just fished again, and then I drove home. My clear lakes is it's either to fish the shade or fish at night. I mean, that's my
right.
I mean, and I'd fish shallower at night, especially in those clear water lakes, because the bluegill population, I would imagine, this is my guess, as it gets closer to dark, they're going to get up in the shallows and they're going to do that sleeping thing. Every one of us cat fishermen has taken a flashlight and shined the bank and seen the bluegills tucked up so tight that they're almost laying sideways. And that's what they're doing. They're getting away from those catfish, or staying away from them as well as they can.
And how deep? I mean, say summertime. I mean, how deep would I be fishing, or avoid?
So I didn't really fish for channel cats much deeper than about 30 feet, because now blues tend to, in the summertime, 70, 80 feet. Sometimes even 100. Island system, all that stuff. They're fishing, especially in the cooler water periods, and then in the hot water periods, they're fishing 80, 90, 100 feet.
Okay.
And back a long time ago when I did mostly channel cats and flatheads, I really didn't understand that depth, because I couldn't imagine what kind of bait fish would be hanging around in those depths all the time. And it really took me quite a while to figure out that I was fishing way too shallow for blues, and sometimes I was fishing too deep for flatheads, because flatheads in my part of the country, if you're fishing deeper than about 20, 25 feet, they can't control it. So they don't, that seems to be the layer of the little flatheads. And little, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm kind of spoiled, but 25 pounds and under. To really contact those big ones, I had to go more than 20 feet. I wanted to stay out of that super main channel, although there are big flatheads that run around the main channel in the Mississippi River, but it's really hard to target them because there's so much acceptable habitat in that main river area, but yet areas with the right current, the right cover, and the right depth was a lot smaller of a bunch of, of habitat, so I could get onto them relatively easily. Almost no matter where I went on the Mississippi. Now, once that bottom drops out of that river, just say it goes to like extreme lows, then you got to pull off of that traditional cover, and then you got to start fishing stuff like wing dikes and that main channel drop. And maybe you'll be going long and it's 25, 30 feet and then drops down, because with a lack of current, it will pull fish from the edges down into that deeper water. And it seems that the Tennessee River system is already kind of like that almost all year round. It's kind of baffling to me when people are catching 50 to 60, 70-pound flatheads off of a rock drop on the Tennessee River, almost, whenever flatheads will bite, at foot on a piece of cut bait that's been in their kayak all night or whatever. That baffles me. But I mean, I'm not saying that it's not right. They're catching right in front of my face. I watch kayak catfish. He says, "Oh, I got a white bass I had 3 days ago. It's been in the fridge." I could throw a dead white bass that's been in the fridge for a month of Sundays and never catch a flathead up here. But I'm not saying there must be something to it down there.
Yeah.
I haven't experienced it yet because I've only fished the Tennessee River one time in the cold water just not too long ago. Only fished for a couple of days, but I plan on going down there again. It'll be fun.
Yeah, I definitely want to do some kayak fishing on the Tennessee River. Ready to take the big boat. I mean, I've watched too many videos recently on that. It just looks like a place I want to be.
If you want to watch YouTube and you don't want to fish the Tennessee River, I think something's wrong with you.
Yeah, they make it look so easy.
Well,
they do.
It does have a good. It would be very easy if those things bit all the time. Fish, little big fish seem to shut off first. You got little fish you deal with, but what you don't have that you have on all these other natural rivers is your water level stays pretty good on the Tennessee. I haven't seen it. It may flood like ridiculous, but I don't think it does because there wouldn't be so many houses that close to the water. You go to the Mississippi. I could go to Mississippi in June, or figure on fishing June 1st, and it might be 12 feet high and way back in the trees, and you can't find a flathead one because all they do is get off of that intermediate water and go up behind the trees. And I don't know about you, but I can't which of the 100,000 trees has the flathead behind it because they all look the same to me.
Yeah.
Now trout liner loves up because they'll have and that's one of the only things that I do. I'll move to that edge that could be actually dry land, and I'll actually anchor up in where that harder current meet tree line, and it's somewhat of a current break, but still I don't have news rate doing that in floods because it takes their acceptable habitat from about maybe 10% of the river and increase it to like 50% of the river. And so that is really difficult. And I did want to talk about this because there was one of the main reasons I got on here tonight is I wanted to remind everybody that no matter how much experience you have, sometimes you are undergunned when you go that you're not used to. So Sean and I went Sunday, and we knew the wind was going to be up, right? So our boat, I don't have one of those fancy $3,000 or $4,000 trolling motors, but we were prepared to drift. I've got like one of those $300 trolling motors that's got a bracket on the front, and you got to drive it by hand. So I'm sitting on the front of the boat the whole, basically, driving, or Sean is, and we're dragging stuff, and the wind was such that it was so strong one way we couldn't hardly go against the wind and be at and with the water temperature the way it was, we needed to be at 0.3 or less. Well, if anybody's trolled or drifted or dragged, that 0.3 is not a situation where you can cover much water. So you better be right in the right zone. We tried anchoring. I brought too small of an anchor because I didn't realize the bottom was mucky, because we tried to get with the wind, throw 200 feet of anchor rope out, and we were still getting dragged towards the bank. It was a wind-blown bank, but it was one of those things. The other thing I didn't do is I didn't have my camera muffs, so the whole film is like this. That's it. Just garbage. So here, the first time I fished with River Certified, he probably thinks these guys are. I don't even have mics. So he's probably like, these guys are but just a bunch of jokers. And I just told him, I said, well, if you ever want to go fishing with us again, a wheelhouse. But I only live an hour away from there. And he says to me, man, I'd fish this thing all the time. I'm like, really? I haven't fished since like 1997, because usually I'm not really too worried about this cold water period at all. Usually I'm, it's kind of my busy season at work and all that stuff. But with this YouTube thing, you got to put out content. You got to do this. So I learned a bunch Sunday, and yes, I'm not too proud to say that I was really kind of I don't know. I was stuck in it on Sunday. It was kind of not.
Well, I can't believe you're running without a spot lock control motor or at least one that's got some brains on it, man.
Dude,
That's too much work to have to sit on the front of the boat.
Dude, I'm an anchor man. I mean, and in hindsight,
That's fair.
My instincts were to go along the Windstone bank that was the west leading, anchor up, basically touch up against the rocks and just anchor fish. But there was too much. There was too many other, because River Certified had been there for 2 days, and he said, "Yeah, nobody catching anything offshore." I mean, he didn't catch anything offshore. No shore. All the boat, and you had to go to the other side. That's the intel that I got. And on hindsight, my instincts were telling me to not do that, because I knew I wasn't totally prepared for it, and I should do what I'm good at, and I should have done what I'm good at. Because I talked to Hook Catfish today. He's like, I would have called for. He was like on date weekend with his wife, so he doesn't usually answer his phone or whatever. So I should have just said, "Hey, this is what I think I need to do." You know what he told me? He goes, "That's exactly what you needed to do." So.
And it sucks after the fact.
He goes, "You were right. You were right." And of course, I don't like to lose. So I almost thought about going today, but I mean, I have to work. I can't. Yeah, I wanted to. I may go back just out of pure tenacity, I guess.
You're supposed to trust your gut, man.
Yeah, I know. I had, it's hard to trust your gut when you got 2 other catfish experts in your boat. So I got Heroes and I got River Certified, and they're both going, "Well, let's do this." And I'm like, okay, and I'm fine with that. But next time I'm going to pull the Captain Ahab out.
Yeah. So you'd rather anchor than drag baits when you fish?
I think it's the Captain Nemo, where he doesn't listen to anybody else. Oh, it is Captain Ahab too, both of them, I guess. So yeah, on a river you can't. You can't convince me to do something I'm not comfortable with. It ain't happening, because I've got a lot of experience on that. But these lakes, I never have loved lakes. I mean, I'll fish them, and I've done pretty well in the past. And we would have done fine with the trolling motor setup we had at like 10 or 5 mile an hour, but 20, it's ridiculous. I got more excuses, but I'm going to bore you.
I wouldn't even know what to do. I'd freak out. It's 20. You say 20 mile an hour?
What's that?
You say 20 mile an hour?
Oh yeah.
You talking about winds, right?
Winds. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah. I guess the good thing about lake fishing, you just go find you a cove and get out of that when you need to. River, you can't do that though.
This is a power plant lake with no coves.
Okay.
All it is like a big dumb square with a few jetties that come out into it to funnel the water.
Okay.
And they're designed to catch wind. So like our regular lake, it'd be like being right down the middle of one with no coves or no nothing. Now we could have just went up and anchored, but we spent time trying to, because that was what everybody was doing. I mean, shoot, there was a friend of ours that was out there catching them because he could slow down enough. As soon as we got slowed down enough, we caught one dragging.
Okay.
But then it was like, well, then the wind picks up too much, and then we couldn't even go into the wind and do very well because we were having to track so hard. Like I said, excuses. We could have just pulled up to the bank, and we did. We pulled up to the bank, we threw out, we caught one. But the thing about it was none of these fish, since they weren't running power, they weren't running current, they weren't running heat, none of them were grouped. It was so loose that you could really work at it with a good speed all day and only catch 3 or 4 fish. I felt fortunate to catch 2.
That just shows someone who knows more about catfish than anybody I know. Pretty much, you learned something new that day.
I did. I learned if I'm going to play with lakes, I better man up. I mean, and be prepared for that horrible stuff. Because every time you go, You know, it's not, I mean, there's other power plant lakes that I actually fish more because I can anchor up on old gravel pits. No matter which way the wind's going, I can that deep and target that shelf, that ledge, you know, because it'll go from 20, 25 foot all the way down to 40, 50. And if I can't catch them, drag the winds too much, I can't catch them drifting or dragging, I can go to that and usually do really good. But this doesn't have that. It's all 10 foot deep.
Mm.
And it's a mucky hole. I couldn't even get a 12-pound anchor to stick.
Yeah, that's
because
right.
isn't great. It's this real soft crap, and it just kept dragging us all the way. I mean, you throw out, and pretty soon you got slack, so you reel up. It just wasn't working.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, at least in the river, you got current that'll help hold you still.
Yeah, and the
wind will just push you all over the place on a lake.
It does, and so we ended up getting held tight with our anchor, but we drifted this way and that way. Part of the lot dislodges that kind of anchor. I should have used my big hurricane anchor is what I should have brought. But nobody. That's my favorite anchor. Yeah, but nobody likes to throw a 40-pound hurricane anchor in a lake when you don't have to. I don't like to throw it.
You gotta do though.
And the only time I like to throw that anchor. What's that?
You get a buoy ball and make the ball pull the anchor for you.
Yeah. Well, you know, I don't mind doing it. I just don't love doing it unless I'm going to be set up correctly on fish that are 30 to 100 pounds. That's what I like.
That's why I really love my spot lock so much.
Yeah.
Because I can fine tune adjustment. You know, you can adjust it 5 feet left, right, front, back. You can make every adjustment in 5 foot increments.
Yep.
Yeah, I love the spot lock. I like it so much to have it on my kayak. So you know.
But hold it. The one thing that I've resisted spot lock, and I've resisted it for this reason, is that as soon as I have spot lock, then everything becomes too easy, and I will move, and I know because this is my personality, I will move, and I will end up move fast because a lot of times it's that, especially when you're fishing deep, you have to have the patience, and of which surprisingly you would think I have a lot of patience, but I really don't. That kind of drives me. It keeps me going. You know, move an anchor. But when you know you got 200 foot of anchor rope out and it sucks to pull it up, sometimes I give it 5 or 10 more minutes, and sometimes that's where yeah. I'm kind of leery of that. You guys will see how not patient when I'm fishing that shallow water stuff. But
yeah, if you watch my live streams, you'll see how much I like to move, and I move a lot. You know, especially if I'm sitting in a good area and I've got that spot lock. I'll just kick it off and I'll drop back, you know, a couple hundred feet to my next waypoint, and I'll be on it again. And I'll keep on moving. But you're right. When I'm throwing the anchor, I'm definitely sitting longer. I don't want to keep throwing it over and over again.
Good lake fishing. I'll get back in the cove, and I just, you know, once I'm there relaxing, I don't want to move. Get all the lines out. I'm here for an hour or 2, 3 hours. I don't want to leave.
I have friends with spot lock and a big John boats like mine. They're familiar with the Mississippi River because they fished it with me many times, and most of them tell me don't even bother where you're at because it won't last.
Right.
You know, like the speed is so fast and the waves are hitting you like this. Out of your spots, a spot lock is work unless you buy the very expensive one and you have a bunch of batteries. And one thing about a jet is they're kind of weight sensitive, and I carry a lot of weight in with, and it's like I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe if I fighting the Mississippi, that amount of current, I could see it not being worth it. You'd have the boat sinking batteries to have enough juice to run all day.
Yeah, and I think that's right. But if I fish lakes a bunch, I would be getting me one of them fancy spot locking, you know, trolling motors. And, you know, I wouldn't have a jet too if I fishing. If my primary target was a lake, I would run. And,
breaking up.
Yeah.
There you are.
I'm breaking up.
It was. It froze up for a second.
Get a gist of what you're saying mostly.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it should be all right. Hold on. Let me check. Let me check something.
Yeah, Creole says he agrees with that one. Spot lock does not like fast current plus waves. Yeah, you're depending on what trolling motor you got with spot lock. I'm lucky. I got a 112 Tarova 36 volt, and it'll hold in some pretty nasty current. But in Ohio, we don't have a whole lot of nasty current, so nothing like what Tim's having to deal with out there. So I can spot lock. I can spot lock and stay on almost all day. My last couple trips out, we've been right around 2-3 mile an hour current, and I can pretty much spot lock in that all day. Okay.
Hear me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go out and come back because this isn't working.
Gotcha.
Poor guy. He's struggling to ask him any question, and he just off the top of his head come up with 20 minutes, and you can learn a lifetime of stuff. He's always awesome that way. Yeah, he's just a encyclopedia of catfish knowledge, and you just never know what chapter we're going to land on. Well, you don't know what chapter you're going to start on, right, or what chapter you're going to end on. You get a whole bunch of chapters in between. But I also like that you never feel like he's holding back knowledge from anybody. No. He's going to give you everything he knows and not hold anything back, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, that's like what we were talking about earlier. That's what, in my opinion, makes the catfish community so awesome, is the people really want each other to succeed. Right. Everyone is somebody else's. Oh yeah, I guess he needs a link, doesn't he? Everyone's big cheerleaders. I'm not sure if that's the proper terminology, but everyone supports each other so much that we want each other to succeed. We thrive on watching each other grow, and that's what sets us apart, I believe.
I agree. I definitely agree. I've seen it. Short time I've been here, I've seen it. Time and time again.
All right, we got him back. Maybe. There you go.
There you go.
All right. What do you guys want to talk about next? I heard you talk like, I can talk about anything, but you are right. I can't talk about anything because, I never quit thinking about stuff, and I've been doing it for so long. And Greg, I don't hold back. There's no reason to hold anything back. People need this kind of information because, gosh, I didn't have this kind of information when I was starting. And if I did, I wouldn't have wasted so much time in the wrong spots doing the wrong thing. And there's no wrong thing in fishing. But for what I wanted to do, there wasn't anybody to ask back then.
Mm-hmm.
So my big question, and I think because everyone's suffering because of the flooding right now, it's the flooding is super fast. Almost all of our water has come up super quick, but it's also going to drop super quick. So I know in that period it's not going to be a great time to fish. But what do we do 3 days after the drop? 3 days after the water columns back down? What are these fish going to be ready to do then? Are we going to get back into some feeding fish? Are they going to be trying to move back into their?
Let's talk about the nature of catfish. They react a little bit different floodwater. Okay. Blues tend to kind of stay where they're at for a while. Like the Mississippi can come up 3, 4, 5 feet, and I'll still find them in the same spots. But if it comes up real fast and then keeps coming up, they will move a little bit shallower. Flatheads and channels, though, they get that fight or flight thing. They get a little bit. They don't need to get, since they're shallower water fish in the first place. They tend to. They move shallow when it gets high water, and then they move back down when the water comes back down. So like you might find them in tributaries like that are normally almost dry when that water comes up, but once that starts to feet right back. Now flatheads are the worst at that. Flatheads, if they're on their spawning job, if it's still pre-spawn, they will stay a lot longer. If that water's been up and high for quite a while, they'll stay. You know, their propensity to get back out isn't like channel cats or blues. They'll stay, and they get trapped like that every once in a while. And that's why you see guys like Certified and a lot of these kayak guys that are up in these shallow tributaries off the Mississippi River. They do really well when it's been high in that early part of that season. But let's get back to your actual, because I kind of ran amok there. But
hang on a second.
So
Catfish asked where I'm from real quick. I'm from Southern Ohio, buddy. I'm down around Chillicothe area.
Yeah.
There we go.
So when that water is stable water, no matter what time of year, no matter whatever, that's usually the best bite. When it shoots up real fast, real high, it clams them up because it's a survival mode. They're not really thinking about eating at that point. Now, when water goes up gradually and then drops back, they didn't go anywhere, and sometimes they'll feed pretty normally. You know what I'm saying? They keep their same habitat. But blues, when that water goes up, they will tend to shut their mouths for a little while until it gets, so if it's stable high, stable low, or stable medium, that's when you want to fish. And it's usually a 2 to 3, sometimes a 4-day stretch where I like to fish the best when it's stable normal, stable low. I'll take stable high if I have to, but it needs to be stable high for 3, 4, 5, 6 days, to where all the garbage isn't coming down. You don't have that situation where the water cools off real fast because it cold rains or heats up too. I don't mind heating up too fast. That is never unless it's going from like 79 to like 85. Then I don't like it, because that kind of anything over about 85 seems to shut their mouths a little bit too. But I mean, the best time to fish is when you can go. And I just have learned to tailor my fishing desire to catch big fish to more of the prime time, better conditions. I get more bang for my dollar.
Yeah, I find myself fishing. I don't care what the situation is.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was my younger guy. As a younger man, I used to do that. I mean, I didn't care, but it was the success rates are so much lower with that volatile water level going on, that high water and all the garbage coming down and all that stuff. It's not that I have caught fish like that, but it's definitely not as predictable, and you can tell that by watching tournaments. If you watch the tournaments and just say there's a large river or a large impoundment or whatever, and it's just inundated with water and everything's flooded and there's 92 boats in it, let's just say 100 boats, there's always 1 or 2 boats that just smoke them. Almost always. There's always somebody on fish. So everybody else says, well, the water was too high, blah blah blah. It's the fact that the population gets split so hard that it takes a lot of luck to actually land on the fish, because they're in trans, they're not really holding, they may be moving along a ledge, all that stuff. It all goes. I mean, I knew some of the best tournament that were on the market at the time. It was Mark Steen and Luke Farrell, and they were in the top 5 almost everywhere they went. They won multiple classics. This is quite a few years ago, but I mean, they would pretty much tell you the same thing. I mean, and that's kind of part of. I learned a lot of this stuff on my own, but as I got older, I got to meet people that actually knew things because they were on the water all the time. So I fished 20 days a year back then, and they fished 120 days a year. And then there was other people that fished 100 days or 130 or 80 days or 70 days or whatever it took. And we're all comparing notes. It's kind of like what we're doing right now, right here. on YouTube. I'm telling you, this type of information, when people put that in their memory bank and they have a little stick on the end of their rod and they start putting this stuff together, they're going to be able to catch more and bigger fish consistently, almost, well, anywhere they go.
Yeah, that's that, you know, with the high water and that, like we've talked before about, you know, it shooting up and shooting down, you know, that inconsistency, it's going to, for the most part, shut them down. It's not going to be worth a hoot. I'm looking forward to this weekend. There's a small river that feeds into the Ohio out of West Virginia, and a lot of times when the Ohio gets blown out like it is right now, them fish will want to get back out of that crazy water, and they'll stage up in that smaller river, and that's what we're going to target this weekend. That smaller river. Not only is it a couple degrees warmer on average, but it'll also come to a standstill at times, and it seems like anyway that the big fish or fish want to get out of the crazy water of the Ohio when it's flooded like this and get into that calmer backwater, and it seems like anyway they stack up in there. I'm not 100% sure that if that's really what's going on, if it seems that way, but that's what it feels. That's what it seems like.
And Roger, I don't have a ton of experience on the Ohio River system. I fished it a few times because if I have a choice between the Mississippi and the Ohio, which one am I going to pick? I like the Mississippi better.
Yeah.
But all the guys that I talk to that fish that river system, they tell me the same exact thing that you just said. So I know you're on target. You know, they say, okay, that water is a little bit warmer. Tributaries coming into the Ohio, especially in this colder water period. You have fish coming off the Mississippi River system wintering in the Ohio, and you'll kind of see that. You'll kind of see the bigger fish get caught in this older period, and then it'll kind of drop off once they start coming back out on that lower pool.
Heck yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bob, I didn't mean to shut you out there.
I'm listening. I'm learning. That's what I come here. All these shows I come on is to learn. And if he's talking, I'm going to be learning. I don't need to say anything.
I got you.
Well, believe it or not, I learn things from people every day. I mean, especially those situations. There was a guy that made a comment on my flathead post. I posted a flathead picture and I said basically, you know, hey, flathead season's just around the corner, which is like 60 days up here. And the guy in Louisiana says, man, it's already starting down here. And so that's really interesting to me because I formulated a basic equation that could tell you when the spawn was, when they were going to start feeding and blah, blah, blah. But the water, when it's so warm down there, they can start earlier than what my equation says. And it just reinforces the fact that you have to factor in other things. As you go north, it's almost exactly perfectly true from where I am all the way up into Canada. But as you go south, you go all the way, once you bridge about Tennessee and further south, that water doesn't start out as it does up here. So you're already starting down there in Louisiana with 52 while we're still at 36. So that temperature does something as far as exacerbates it. It's the length of daylight that triggers it. And we know this because the wintering holes will be full of fish no matter what the water temperature is still at April 15th, right where I'm at, which is almost mid-Illinois. So mid-Illinois, but then on the East Coast and the West Coast, it makes it's kind of like a big parabola like this because that warm seawater air comes in onto that East Coast all the way up to New York, really. So you've got, you know, where Peace City Smitty lives and all that stuff. He will get on flatheads way sooner than I will, even though he's north of me. It's that Canadian air that swoops down in the middle part of the country that keeps us cooled off. Not only that, our main bunch of water that comes from the Mississippi comes straight out of Canada. So it's really cool. Is that
right?
See, there's Stan right there. Stan is on that East Coast, and I think it's they get enough extra, month and a half. Flatheads aren't even thinking about eating yet.
Yeah.
Basically, if you just run straight east-west, they're, on the East Coast, on, straight across from us.
So what tip are you looking for them to start picking up on the bites?
For bites, I for that 51, 52, 53 degrees. I don't love the bite at 50. It's really tentative. They're likely to hit and spit a live bait. They'll take a cut bait sometimes better. It's real gentle, and it's not those big takedowns. The big takedowns happen by the time it's 65 to 70 degrees. They start happening then, and that's going to be June for me.
Okay.
The big takedowns. May, it'll start in May. I mean, I've actually caught some pretty big flatheads at May 7th. I mean, anywhere in April, I usually don't have much success with flatheads up here, even though I'm putting it right in their face. I'm putting them in basin holes as big as a person's kitchen, and there's 30, but yet I can't get one of them to bite or bite very well in April. But by the time May 7th hits, you get a short bite window, maybe an hour a day, where I have a shot at sometimes, and I know this because I used to fish the same spots every day. I'd fish that same wintering hole. I'd keep fishing it because I knew they were there. I wanted to see when they actually turned on. And this didn't happen in just 1 year. I mean, it's happened multiple successive years where that water temperature could actually be a little warmer or even a little bit colder. It's more length of day than it is anything else. So that May 1st to May 7th trigger bigger flatheads do a better activity period. And the water could be higher or lower, and usually they're there somewhere close. High water will shift them a little bit, but if the high water comes in and it's too rough for them in their basin holes, it will get them shoved off in shallower, calmer waters, comes down, and they'll come back. But if it's after April 25th, 26th, 27th, flat will be gone. The only left.
Yeah, for because I got a nice big trip coming up the first week of April in northern Arkansas. I imagine water temps by then be in the upper 50s. So, I mean, I think I could at least try to sometime target in them.
And yeah, and your amount of daylight, you're in Arkansas. So you're
losing you again.
It is slower by 2 weeks. Oh, shoot. Right, because now I'm losing Roger. Okay, so, but the farther south you go, you could almost, every degree south from me, you could actually increase it by 3 weeks, sometimes 4 weeks, because it doesn't start out so cold, especially if you're getting stemming off of that any of those main come from Arctic tundra way up there.
Right.
So it's really pretty interesting. So yeah, I would think in Arkansas, you get into that mid-April to late April, I should be etchable.
Yeah.
But definitely, by the time you're into almost like dead on pre-spawn, that whole month of May all the way up to June 1, it may let me ask you this: did anybody that know exactly when those flatheads are on eggs down there?
I don't know. I mean, I don't have anybody really fish with except for one guy. We'll fish like a small river together, but
yeah. Well, you just pay attention to social fish, and that'll tell you what that height of the spawn is, and then you can work it 30 days. You can prove it to yourself and say, okay, these guys are, because around me it's July 4th. Everybody around me that noodles goes a few days before July 4th to a few days after, and that is their biggest success. And that is when most of the males are on eggs, and that is my worst fishing success, where 50% of the population is on eggs, the other 50% of the population female, covermatic experience, and they're sitting out in the main channel. They're not really fighting for anything. They're just recovering.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I was planning my boat maintenance in the
July
spawn.
4th is our deal. So if you find that situation where you're fishing, what's up?
I said I always plan my boat maintenance during the spawn. July, I got other stuff to do. I come back when the spawn's over.
And see, there you're getting smart right there, because I have spent literally seasons trying to get a pattern together during July, and it is almost impossible once you're.
Yeah, I struggle major
that first weekend of July, almost to the south. Are you, Roger?
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Yeah, it's not breaking up. I see myself perfectly fine.
Yeah, well, you were good now.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, the really the way to figure it, really, the best would be not just that fishing success drops off, but you can find some noodlers in your area that are telling you that that's the weekends that they prefer. I mean, they know, because they're in those hollows, in those crevices, they're underneath those pads at the boat ramp. They're up shallow and they're protecting eggs. So then you can count, you can go 30 days in advance to that, and that is their pre-spawn period. That's where they're setting up on that predictable cover current.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with Hagen. That's what I plan on doing my work.
The spawn is when I do work on my boats. Yes. Yeah. Now, I'm going to do something different this one north during the spawn, because I believe I can hit the pre-spawn again one state north of me.
Yeah, we've tried to do that too. Once the spawn moves in here, we've tried to go south and get back on fish while our fish are breeding.
No, just to be able to wants to be in the water the most. I'll just target some other species. I don't care.
Yeah,
he loves being, July and August. He loves being in the lake.
There you go. July is hybrid fishing time on Ohio.
Yeah. Yeah, go target some big stripers.
Yeah, we in July is a good time to wait for smallmouth. I mean, that's a great time, but I'm trying to put as many flatheads in the boat as I can this year. That's my plans anyway. We'll see.
Yeah.
Because I've seen where June is completely flooded out and the main river, Mississippi, is really difficult. So that puts me into a tributary river or a tertiary river, where the odds of the huge fish that I normally catch diminish pretty drastically. You can still catch them in there, but that's a lot of habitat that's acceptable, and it's really rough in a day's time to be able to pick out those spots with those epic fish.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with the chat here.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you a question, Tim. When you're targeting flatheads, are you using electronics mainly, or you just go where you know they're going to be certain times of the year and just throwing the baits out? Or are you trying to find them on electronics first?
I will try to find them on electronics post, and I get excited when I can see flat heads in the post-spawn period, deeper wall, in pre-spawn, they're usually hard enough cover, and I picked them out by what's that?
We was only getting every other word
again.
What was that? Yeah, I know. I'm only getting your every other word. I can't understand you either. So I'll just keep going. So
okay,
let's just say, if you're only getting my every other word, I should probably. Did it help when I left and came back in?
No, you're good right now. It cleared up.
Okay. All right. So
I don't know why it's giving you a fit. You're sitting still.
I know. It's because I have terrible internet. That's the price to pay living in paradise where I live. Terrible internet, and the grocery store is 30 miles away. But anyways, I'm going to pick out the biggest flatheads in the river because I'm not going to get off that main channel very much. If the level's normal, I will be able to pick out big fish on that Mississippi River almost anywhere they swim, because I'm going to pick out stretches that have the type of cover that one major flathead can control. It may be a root ball, it may be a drop with some the armpit of a wing dike, it may be the tip of a wing dike, it may be a sunken ship. I know sunken ships are hard to find, and not all of them are very good. I mean, I know where like 20 of them are, and out of 20, there's only about 3 of them that are really any good. It's really difficult to describe if a sunken barge or a sunken regular ship or a boat is any. I'll try to do that this year, try to describe it or draw it or however. But it can be one of those things. I mean, fishing dams that have humps and ledges are pretty good in pre-spawn too. I mean, everybody knows that, but there's some techniques that I use to big ones that a lot of people have never heard of or tried. It kind of goes against conventional thought, but I've done it so much. It's a pattern, if you get what I mean. And I'll have to do a video on that if I can, because I'd be trying to explain explain quantum physics over the phone. It just doesn't work. But anyway,
right.
And then I do try to physically mark them with my. Thing that I really like is I really like wooden bridges, and it doesn't matter where I've been. I like wooden bridges. If I can find an old railroad bridge, I can find I fished them on the James. They've done well for blues and flatheads. Fished them on the Mississippi up and down it, and anytime and even on the Illinois and other rivers. It's not always fishing the front or the abutment. Sometimes side. Especially for flatheads. One side's going to be good for flatheads, the other side isn't, because one's going to be strong a current, the other side's going to be real good. Sometimes you got to tuck in, sometimes you got to tie your boat up and fish straight down into those timbers and stuff like that. But I mean, I've got close to me, I've got one bridge that is just as consistent as the day is long. I mean, it's not always great for huge fish because it's only about 13 feet deep on the flathead side. But when the flatheads move in there and then they'll come out, I've caught 60s there, I've caught 70s there.
Wow.
But the average I'm going to catch on a bridge like that is usually between, I mean, you got your small ones from 5 to 10 pounds, which are fun, but also it's pretty consistent. You're going to catch at least a 25, 30, sometimes a 40-pound fish. And who doesn't like it when you got it? What's up?
Yeah, I was going to say, those are great flatheads. I don't care if they're 5 pounds or 50 pounds. They are fun.
Yeah, I don't know. My PB is about 5 pounds. I'm going for a 25-pounder this year. That's my goal.
Nice. I wish you luck on that because, 25 pounds is really that starting point at which it is an epic type fight, depending on what kind of equipment you're using. And I've been spoiled to, or spoiled, or however you want to say it, to difference between a 25 or 30 and a 50, and then a 50 and a 70, or a 70 and an 80 or 90. And it is out of this world, a total, absolute. It's I've caught fish in the same spot, so I know how to gauge how crazy a 70 is on 30-pound test and a graphite rod with a 6500, in a couple, mile and a half of current and 30 water, or 20 foot of water, or 15 foot of water. It's pretty darn cool.
Wow. Yeah, I can't imagine. I've got a 55 out of some crazy current, and that was a job.
Yeah.
Did we lose him?
No. You definitely
There you
know,
go.
Roger. If you've caught a 55, yeah, I don't know what the deal is. I mean, I could hold it up this whole time. Maybe that'll work. But yeah, if you've caught a 55 in pretty good current, you know the difference, and it's addicting, is what it is.
Oh yeah.
You know, I don't turn those up at small flatheads, but I'm always wishing for something of that caliber.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a dandy. And the thing is, we were fishing, you know, it was the middle. It's everything that everyone says don't go fishing. It was high water. It was the middle of it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It was a high barometer. I was using cut bait. It was a big fresh cut shad. And I ended up pulling a 55-pound flathead out of some nasty trees.
Shallow water?
No, it was actually about 18 feet.
No kidding. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, when I've been fishing all my life, one thing I've learned is people follow patterns, but they don't follow rules.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm going to go out and come back in one more time because it's to the point where I can't hear either one of you.
Okay.
All right.
It's got to be his connection because I can see you fine, Roger, right? I mean,
yeah, it's on his end. He has a lot of problems.
Yeah.
There at his house. He travels a lot, so sometimes we catch him and, you know, he's at a hotel or something, got good signal, but there at his house he struggles.
Yeah, because I'm hardwired in, so I'm not even in Wi-Fi right now. Should go pretty smooth.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey,
I appreciate
all if you want. I'm so big right now.
Oh. There, how's that?
There you go.
I wasn't paying attention. Let's try to keep up with chat.
Okay.
Have to do the Muskingum. Hey, Stonefly, I've never fished the Muskingum. I'd like to, though. I'd like to fish everything. There's not a whole lot I wouldn't like to try. Happened on the show last week with Stan.
Most of my river fishing is a buddy of mine that we fish the Osage River that flows into Truman Lake.
Yeah.
And that's probably most catfish I ever caught is, you know, fishing that lake. And I mean, we pulled, well, my buddies pulled out, you know, 30, 40 pounders while I'm with them. But he didn't pull out a 68-pound flathead out of there, you know, years ago. There's some big fish in there, and there's, you know, some big blues. I just haven't got the hook into any of those yet. But on his boat together, we pulled, you know, multiple, pushing 40 pounds together.
Right.
And we'll probably hopefully go there pretty soon. But he's, you know, he's growing up in that river, so he's one of those guys. It's like, I'll come up and say, hey, let's go fish, you know, the river there. And he's like, no, won't be good today. He just, you know, I guess he's fished enough to know the conditions based on the, you know, temperature of the high water, where it's going.
Right.
If he's expecting to be good or not. And the days he says it's going to be good and we go, it's good. I've been on there one time where I bought 3 poles and I could only keep 1 pole in the water. Because as soon as it was out there, I mean, we're just in Dingfield, but I mean, you know, I was just like, I would throw it out there and you couldn't even count to 10 without having another fish on. But inside those dinks, so you know, several 30 pounders that day in between the dinks because they're there. But those days are fun.
We say you're gonna have to start flipping a coin. I don't know. I'm missing some chat here. That's the thing when I'm focusing so hard on catching what he's saying because it's breaking up so bad. I'm trying to keep up with chat as well, and so I don't want to miss anybody or miss any comments there. I know we had a lot of discussion about some bank fishing, and so I'm going to do some looking around. If there's anybody out there that you guys like as far as bank fishing goes, I'm going to try to do some searching on YouTube and see if I can find somebody that has a successful bank fishing techniques that would like to come on the show and help out, because I know that is a part of our catfish community that doesn't get a lot of input because you're right. Most of us are river fishermen, you know, catfishing in the river. Mm-hmm. But there's a lot of questions that I can't answer from the bank. And so I'd like to try to find somebody that that has a lot of, there you go, One Ton Fishing Club. There you go. You want to come in and talk bank fishing one night, we'll set it up. You tell me what Tuesday night works for you, and we'll do it. Right now I've got the 16th scheduled, and I believe the 23rd scheduled for this month. I'm looking at the calendar here. Yeah, 16th to 23rd, I believe, are both taken. I had somebody for tonight, but we moved them. They're actually going to probably be next month at this point. So,
yeah, because there's a lot of the bank fishermen out there. I mean, I've seen more and more YouTube videos with people bank fishing also. And that's how I grew up fishing. I love bank fishing.
Man, I haven't bank fished in a long time. He says I'm not that experienced. Well, help me find somebody. If you guys could think of somebody, I know DMV is live a lot, so I don't really want to go take somebody that's already got a great presence on their own channel and bring them on here, but maybe find somebody that has another channel that could offer give better answers to these questions when it comes down to bank fishing techniques. Because most of the guys that ask me about bank fishing in my local area, the first thing I tell them is, hey, come get on the boat. Come get on the boat, and we will scan the area you want to bank fish. And we will, because you can go on Navionics, or you can go on Google Maps or whatever, Google Earth, and you can drop waypoints out on the water. So I've taken I don't think he's in here still now, but Matt Baker, the knife maker, he don't have a boat, and he came out on the boat with me and fished. So while we were on the boat, we spent some time scanning the banks that he has access to, and he was dropping waypoints on his phone, saying, hey, if I can cast at this point, here's the ledge. If I can cast at this point right here, here's the brush pile. Or here's a shallow flat or a hump. And so I'll be honest with you, when most people ask fishing locally around my area from the bank, the first thing I offer is, hey, come get on the boat. Let's go check it out. And that way you know what's out there, and that'll help you, make a better decision on where you want to set or how far you need to cast. Because in my honest, humble opinion, most bank fishermen cast way too far. Mm-hmm. It's a running joke. It's been forever, but the bank fishermen are casting good big surf rods, and they're throwing as far as they possibly can away from the bank. And the guys on the boat are getting right up there next to the bank and catching fish. And so, like, when you're in a boat, you want to fish the bank. When you're on the bank, you want to fish the boat. It's like the grass is always greener on the other side, but it's just not the case.
My biggest flathead last year, again, wasn't that big, but it was from a boat. But I had cast probably within 3 foot of the bank.
Yeah. But when you're on the bank fishing, how close do you keep your bait?
Oh, not 3 feet. Go. Yeah, it's like you said. I mean, I've never fished from the bank and just thrown it right there. But
yeah. No, I do. When I do bank fish, and it's been a while, but when I bank fish, I would turn it and run. I'd throw the rod down the bank, just kind of get away from me and my immediate area and the noise and all that. But I throw it down the bank, and it may only be off the bank, 5 foot, and catch fish. And because I try to keep the same mentality, because I've had a boat since I was like 17 years old, on and off. And so, I know about what I'm looking for on the bank and what I'll be fishing if I'm fishing close to the bank. And so when I get on the bank, I don't abandon that. I use it to my advantage. Mm-hmm. And but in my opinion, bank fishermen are just they're overcasting.
Let me ask you this on that Navionics, the app on the phone, when you're marking, for your buddy there, how accurate was that from what you actually saw on the boat with your graph? Was it pretty close where the drop off was and stuff?
From what I could tell, but I think he was using a different app. Okay. I mentioned the Navionics, but I think he was using a hunting app. I don't think he's in here still.
I'm just curious how accurate, those phone apps are with the Navionics compared to what's really there. Of course, I know in the river, things going to move more than compared to a lake, but there's always variance no matter what, because
the variance, you know, well, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago with Creole was in here, and he has a lot more knowledge when it comes to satellite positionings.
Oh yeah,
giving it clear signal. If you remember that, so your GPS locations are always they're going to be they can be off, you know, up to 20, 30 feet at any given day, but you know, for the most part, they're pretty accurate.
Okay.
They're going to get you, you know, when it comes to what we were trying to do, which was, you know, find ledges and drop offs, find, you know, structure, find things that where somebody didn't just walk out on a bank and throw the line and hope for the best. He had something in his mind that, hey, you know, out here, you know, 70 feet, if I can hit 70 feet, that's about where that ledge is. And,
right.
you know, and that gives, you know, some tools in his toolbox to help him, you know, set up confidently, you know, throw them casts. And, you know, like we said earlier, having confidence, you know, when you're throwing, you know, you walk up to a bank blind and you throw out there and you just hope for the best. That's tough. You set up on that bank and you throw out and you know there's a ledge right there, whether you've used your avionics, used your, you know, taking your buddies, taking you out or something and helped you. Oh, looks like he made back in.
Is that going to work?
Try it again.
Uh-oh.
What's that? Is it going to work? We don't know if it'll work. We'll give it a shot, though.
We'll see. Yep. No, but I was listening to you when you were talking about stuff, and I used to fish the bank a lot, and you're absolutely right. If you're casting clear out, a lot of times you're overcasting them. And yeah, going down the bank, some of the most successful bank anglers you see get on a section of bank that kind of juts out a bit, and they kind of fish with the current right along the bank.
Right. Yeah, it's always been for me anyway, it's always kind of been like an on-running joke that that the grass is greener or the water's better, or the opposite of what you got. But
and you know, so sometimes it's correct, because you know, on the bank sometimes you need that main ledge, that main channel. So sometimes you need that 120 cast to get to that main channel ledge. There's a lot of those blues, especially in the daytime, they don't come off that. But when you're talking about flatheads and channel cats, oftentimes you don't need to get out to the edge. For one, you're usually not fishing a gigantic river, and two, you know, most of the cover is not way out there. Most of the cover is within 30 feet of the bank.
Yep. Yep. And even then, the ledges, you know, the deep ledges and river channels, you know, depending on the bend in the river, you may be thrown over or past your thrown right off the other side of the channel. Well, ideally, the current would sweep it back into the channel for you and help you out.
Yes. Yep. And I do that a lot in the boat. Believe that one or not, I'll be up on the ledge up here, and I'll throw off into that deep main channel so that it sweeps. Gosh, that's weird. Okay, so that it sweeps up against that ledge going down like this. Those fish can find that, and it's really difficult to target a ledge without doing that. Yes, or at least target it accurately.
Yeah, that's pretty much how we target ledges the entire time. We will throw out onto the ledge. We'll throw one out, you know, 100 feet, and then we might throw another one out 70 feet, and then another one out 50 feet. Let them sweep back in, and they're staggered, you know, stacked up down that ledge.
Yep.
Help encounter the fish. Let's see. Let me see what this one is. Current talk. Lakes don't have moving water besides downloading fishing apps. How can a guy bank fishing a lake find the areas in a lake they should try fishing? Besides downloading the fishing apps, in my opinion, you know, your maps, whether they're, you know, the topo maps you can download online, or will you pick up at the park office, or you download, you know, Navionics or whatever. The Navionics web app is completely free. If you go through and on the internet and look up Navionic's web app, it's free. And if you're looking at lakes, I haven't found a lake that's not on there yet. River, it doesn't help out a whole lot, but lakes, you should be okay, in my opinion.
Yeah, and and you're exactly right, Roger. Because once you eliminate 1/3 of that equation, which 1/3 of the equation, and that's the first part of it, is that current, the correct current or the right current for the species. And what you have left is you have depth and cover. So once you have depth and cover, both of those things are covered on a map.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's right. There's a great old school method that is still very good for bank fishermen right there in 2 stands, Texas rig or Carolina rig with braid, and search the bottom, tell what's down there.
Yep. So go back to Dan's question. Say if you are bank fishing from a lake or even from a boat, what would you be looking for close to the bank? Looking for a flat or a channel swing that's maybe in a cove of a river, of the lake? Are you going to look for where you have a steep drop off real close to the shore? Is there something particular
I like the steep drop off close to shore, especially if it has a shelf associated with it. If I can get a situation even in a lake that is more diverse than just a plain flat, because if I'm fishing a plain flat, and if I am doing that, I am at the mercy of the fish really bad, because I gotta hope the fish are already there if I'm fishing daytime, or I gotta hope fish are gonna come there after dark. I still, even if I'm in a lake, I still prefer to try to throw it among fish somehow, fairly close. So I'm gonna look for like let's just say I'm on a lake with fingers. I might go into one of those creeks, a creek mouth that's pretty big, something that has standing timber in it, maybe something that has revet, something that has boulders, something that has a riprap shore, something like that. That's kind of what I'm going to look for, because that riprap shore is going to hold bait fish all the time. Those, that wood is going to hold crappies, it's going to hold things, but those shallow flats, I don't. I know people catch fish on them, and they catch some big fish on them, but I think they put a lot of time in between big fish.
Well, I think, like you said, the shallow flats probably better for the night fishing.
Yeah. Even though I've caught good fish on shallow flats during the day, I've caught, especially if it's close, not like big expansive ones, but if you've got a ledge somewhere, and then it comes up fairly shallow to where 6-7 feet where that ledge drops off, and you can get close to that ledge even up on top. I've caught good fish there before, but I wouldn't say that I would promote that as a pattern much during the day.
Right, makes sense.
I think Mike was talking about buying these, so that you got all these. Like right here, I've got fishing maps for all over, and most of the time you can buy these at Walmart, and it'll help you. It won't be. They're not 100. They're not 100%, but there's a lot of information in these that doesn't change.
Yeah.
And then even if that doesn't work, you go to the park office, and you pick up these maps here. I believe this one's got a map in it. This one doesn't really give much structure. If you can tell, this is when you go to the park ranger's office and you start talking to the park ranger, and you'd be surprised when you whip out a map and you got an ink pen in your pocket, how many locations that park ranger will circle for you and help you get fish.
Yep.
That map right there is loaded with the hot spots that he turned me on to fishing for freedom. And, it worked.
Oh, yeah. I got a paper. The lakes I fish mainly, I got a paper map, even though I got electronics, because you put that in front of somebody that's fished that lake a bunch, and they will mark it up quick for you and give you some good spots.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's you know, and that pretty much goes for anywhere. I mean, we run into guys all the time, you know, fishing the river. They see us putting in a lot. You know, guys are starting to call us out by name, ask us where we're going and if we did any good. And, you know, we share information with them. We're not probably going to give them every one of our honey holes, but you know, we're going to tell them why we caught the fish, you know, what they were doing. If the fish were, you know, if they were stacked on wood, whether they were stacked in rocks, we found them on the banks. They were with the bait, not with the bait, you know, creek mouths. We'll give them the whys. They've got to find the spots. And that's what I want. When I ask questions, that's what I want. I don't want your spot. I want to know why you chose that spot.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, you know, or why that spot held the fish. And so.
Rob done a big the specific spots, then you figure out what they have in common, and then, you know, find other spots on your own that match that.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
I actually fish some pools that guys don't even know blue cats exist. They say, we never catch fish that big. And it's because that this population's small, that they're basically at just a few of the prime locations, and there's not a lot over. I'm not saying there's none, but I mean, like 30, 40, 50, 60 pound blues. I mean, people catch those, you know, 9-pound blues, but they said, no, I mean, there's guys that live on the pools that I fish and have fished there all their life, never really seen any, except for like commercial fishermen or like trout liners or something like that. But I mean, they don't, it's just not in their wheelhouse. They're doing the channel cat and flathead water, and it just doesn't intersect that much on the pools that don't have a big enough population.
Mm-hmm.
Which is pretty interesting. And you know, I was very leery after listening to people on the river, or the guy that shows up, you know, he's at the boat launch and, you know, tells you, well, you need to go to the granary, or you need to do, because I did that for years, and I'm like, well, it apples and oranges as what they like and what I like, you know. So I started saying, right, okay, so if you know, if I'm understanding you right, this is the spot are talking about, but what size of fish are you catching there, you know? And I never say, well, I don't want to go there, you know. I just say, well, thank you for the information, you know, and I'll try to help them out with what they're looking for. But you know, a lot of times it's not what I'm looking for.
Yeah, we've encountered that as well. You know, it's always great when you run into somebody that's willing to give you information, but a lot of times you got to peel back the layers like an onion and get down to the good stuff, and start asking questions if you really want to know if that's where something you want to invest your time in. So how about you? But my time on the water is very valuable to me, and I don't want to waste any of it.
Right. And you know, I try to go to these spots, and I try to ascertain whether it's the kind of spot I'm looking for. And sometimes it is, and sometimes isn't. Sometimes it's spots that can be good at some point, you know, and I'll usually give it a rating in my own whether I'm going to ever go back again. You know, basin holes are good for certain times of year, you know, and when somebody shares information, they're not going to say, well, it's only good during, you know, June 1 through June 15th. They're saying, I've caught fish there before. They usually can't remember when, and that's okay. Yeah. You know, I'll take a look at it and say, okay, I either like it or I don't. And some spots look great, but are never any good. Some spots are fantastic, and I've written them off of my milk runs, because I fished them time and time again, and they just don't really produce the kind of action I'm looking for, or the kind of big fish I'm looking for, or something. And so, you know, I've been stubborn on some of them, fished them, you know, several times in a season, several times in a year, and multiple years, and finally just say no. And then there's some spots that don't look like they would ever be that great, and those are really your secrets.
Yeah.
Those spots that people can't just drive by and go, wow, that looks great. Yeah. Or when you look on the fish finder, it doesn't. Guys that can pick out those subtle river spots that don't look good to everyone, and they go there and nobody's fishing them. Their spots have been stung up, and they've been harassed a little bit, and they've been fed a little extra cut bait. And it's those guys that get those subtle spots that no one ever fishes.
Mm-hmm. In your opinion, when's the best time and the best conditions, I guess, to target dams? Because I love fishing dams. I used to fish a lot of dams, but I find myself fishing them less.
Okay.
So I'm kind of curious of what your thoughts are on. Go ahead.
I'm gonna give the weird answer. Right. Targeting dams is great. Anytime bite is terrible downriver. I mean, I'm telling you. When the bite, if the water has, if the current out of the bottom of the back, the lower of the river, I usually say, well, I didn't want to do it, but I'm going to the current, and so I'll nitpick and pick a dam apart even in August or September when that bite's rough. When it's good downriver, I prefer it downriver. I don't have to deal with the boat rocking. I don't have all the sound. It's beautiful. Birds are chirping. Everything's going on. It's great downriver. Love to be downriver. But there's some times that I just got to say, well, yeah, we're going to the loud, difficult, washing machine, and we're going to go catch fish. And sometimes it doesn't work, but most of the time it does.
Yeah, we end up, one of our favorite things to do is get up right at the dam. Now in Ohio, most of our dams, we can't get up to the dam. They've got a line across. We can't.
Yeah,
we're several hundred yards away from the actual dam itself.
Mississippi actually too. They've got that line there. Yeah.
So what we like to do is get up in there, and you'll find them slick, calm spots, the slick water.
Yep.
And we'll spot lock right in the middle of that. And man, sometimes that motor won't even be running. You could sit there for hours sometimes and never really move. Now you'll get spun around in circles, so you can't throw out. You can only suspend. But there's days that we go up right at the dam and suspend baits and just flat wear them out. Now I'll walk baits back behind the boat when I can, because that's the only way you can get a rod out, is you have to have it in your hand, because once that boat spins and it's a hot mess. That's where your big donkey weights come in handy, because I want them rods right underneath the boat. They cannot move.
Yep. Yep. And they would work good for that. They do work good for that. They work good, like, you could be in the craziest current ever, and as long as you don't have too thick line on it, if you've got 50-pound test, you need one of those big, looks like an integrated big D battery. Looks like an F battery, So those do work pretty good. And I haven't, that much luck with the in the situation you're talking about. 12s would be fine.
Yeah,
most of the time, especially.
Yeah, I remember when we first watched the video.
Yeah.
I remember when we first watched the videos. I can't remember who I was with, that they said, well, we would never need nothing like that. Good Lord. I said, yeah, we would. I know exactly right now where I need to use some big weights like that at, and it comes in handy a lot. And we're on the Ohio, where we don't really have a lot of current, but when we like to fish right up at the dam, and when we go find the current and get in the nasty stuff, that's where, and that dam right there, it ranges from, it goes from 8 feet to 24 feet in feet. It's just constant up and down all the way down through there. Big, huge rock piles all over the place. That water is so turbulent.
That's a fantastic flathead dam then.
We've caught a couple flatheads there, but I don't think we've caught that many.
Well, then your pool does not have very many flatheads at it. Have you fished it in June down there, or May?
It's
August.
Well, I know we fished it early too. Last year we caught a ton of fish early season there, right after these floods kind of started calming down, where we could actually get there. I remember last year we fished it. The water was so high, the water was over the dam. We could have drove over it.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So I'm trying to, whenever you go into a dam and you see that super bumpy, you know, it's just all place, there is somewhere in that dam, if your population of flatheads is decent. Now, if
We've got some good ones in there.
commercial fishing's destroying them and whatever. Okay, so if you have a good population and some big ones, especially pre-spawn, there should be a good number of flatheads below that dam. Now, you may not be on the necessarily the correct spot that they're holding that, but you can mark flatheads on your sonar are not always just sucked to the bottom. So if you're on the front side of a hump or on the bush area, that current will be bashing into this hump, and there'll be like a, gosh, that's so weird. So there'll be just a little column of water right here, and those flatheads will be just faced right into it. Sometimes they'll be on the backside. When they're on the backside, they're not as active as they are on the front side. But just like those ledges, what we were talking about, you almost cannot target flatheads straight down or straight back in a dam. You have to throw sideways and get that stuff caught in front or wiped around to the back. Now, if it's big rock piles and it's real snaggy, I don't know what to tell you. But if it's clay and a little bit of wood and some like smoother rocks, you know, you can really range out and do some crazy stuff. The other way is to do the big donkey baits and pinpoint those things. So you get on top of a hump and you let that thing go down, but you don't keep it tight. Please take out an amount of slack so that when you're moving, you just hold on to it and just kind of keep it like this. Now, I used to target the Rock Island Dam. I used to target the Quincy Dam. I used to target all these for flatheads years ago, and for many years. And when they're on bait, sometimes you can't get them to go on live baits there. Sometimes you have to throw like a moon eye, or you got to throw a fresh shad, or you got to throw something like that. That seems to last for a few days to several sometimes, and then it switch right back over, and it's hard to know. So I would consistently throw a few lights, a few cut baits, things like that. If you silver, I would listen to the fish and let them tell me. So it's one of those things where there were other people that would fish those dams like 1 day or 2 days, not have any luck, and just never go back. So since I was able to fish them several days in a row, spend a little time, spend 2 or 3 hours in the morning there, go to a railroad bridge, go to some ledges downriver, and if that wasn't working, go back up to the dam and hammer it again. That was really beneficial for me, learning what those tendencies are for those flatheads up there. If I told you my best days, just best days below dams for flatheads.
Have you told me? No.
Okay, so then I'll give you an example. So an average day during the month of June, and it really doesn't matter, if it's pre-spawn, it doesn't really matter if it's bluebird skies or it's overcast or it's whatever. I would take customers in there. My average days between, like, say, a bridge and a dam, I might catch 2 or 3 at a bridge. I might catch 7 at a dam. I might catch 20 at a dam in that day if the bite was on. If the bite wasn't on, and I had to work at it a little bit, I might have to throw moon eye. I might have to go get fresh shad 3 times, but I will, because once those shad, if I wasn't able to keep a bunch of them alive, I'd put them on ice. They would start to not work once they get rigor mortis. They'd have to be nice and pliable. And it sounds weird, but it's the truth, 100%. So like my top 5 anchors below a dam, the largest one would be anchored with like 70, mid 70s. And 5 different It'd be a 70, might be a 50, might be another 50, might be a 40 and 2 30s. I might catch 10 or 12 fish, and some of them are going to be 15, some of them are going to be whatever, but usually my big anchor fish, if I concentrate below a dam during that period of time, it was usually going to be somewhere, especially on a large river, somewhere between 40 and 70 pounds, and I could pretty much count on it. But I had to get the trims. The water couldn't be too high, it couldn't be too low. It had to be kind of right. So it's kind of like that porridge effect. So I began to realize it didn't matter whether I was at Quincy, whether I was at Meyer, whether I was at Rock Island, whether I was at any of those dams. I kind of got to know what the water level needed to be, and I could kind of look at it on the the internet before I even went. So I can still rattle off the numbers: 9, 7, 6, 15, 22, 27. I mean, if you have those at those 5 dams, it's, especially during that period of time, you can go there and be really successful with flatheads. And you're going to be able to do it if you go into a dam like that and say, okay, this is what the water level. We did pretty good on flathead. It was June, or it was May, because you guys are actually, your pre-spawn's earlier than ours. But if it was May sometime and you got a decent water level and you start doing good on flatheads, remember that next year, and you might want to target again that next weekend, or maybe. And it's really hard if you're a weekend angler. I'm telling you, I would not know. Yeah. I would not know a fish only fished weekends during my younger years. I'm just telling you that right now. It's almost impossible. It's impossible because things change so much between 7-day increments. And you guys know, I could get on, since I'm kind of a weekend angler now, it really makes me angry, because I know that if the bite was crappy Saturday and Sunday, I know sometime during the week when I was at work, it was.
Yep. I understand that.
Yep. And so, what's that?
No, I was, Hagen had a question earlier, and I don't remember where it went, but he was asking your thoughts on frozen bait.
Okay. We just caught 2 blues on frozen bait. I'm not saying that I love it. I'm not saying that I hate it. If you got no choice, I got nothing bad to say about it. But if I have a choice, now I'll never tell anybody that their frozen bait's terrible. But if I got a shot at having frozen, a fresh moonlight over frozen, I'm taking fresh. If I got a shot at fresh suckers over frozen suckers, I'm taking fresh suckers. I mean, I'm skipjack, same thing. But we all have to be realistic. We all have to be absolutely realistic. Do we possible? So I wish a flathead would only eat live bait. That'd be the greatest thing in the world. If I just
according to some people
50 bluegills a day, I'd be. What's that?
Yeah, well, I was going to say, according to some people, that's all you can catch them on is live bait. We know better.
Well, and some rivers are prevalent. Some rivers are very prone to that. I mean, I've fished enough different rivers. Like if you throw cut bait in the Rock River, it's hard to catch one. I mean, you're not going to catch very many. And most of them are going to be small. But just go to the Mississippi, which the Rock is a major tributary right near where it dumps right in there. But it's just difficult if you're going to fish smaller tributaries. It seems that live bait is way more prevalent. But if I did carry moon eye, live, and bluegill, man, it'd make my life a lot easier. No, I know how flathead's going to key on, because there's so many times when I've thrown in their face. I mean, their face. And it just won't bite. And then I place a moon eye and throw it in their face again, and never hit a piece of bait real aggressive. If you guys ever notice, it's not like, and maybe you have a different experience than me, but my experience is when they're hitting cut bait, it's a gentle bite and it's a slow pull. When they're hitting live baits, sometimes it's a gentle bite, but other times it's an aggressive bite. It's boom, you know, I mean, they hit it and then, oh, they're down. Now, with cut baits, I get that too. But a lot of times when they won't bite live baits, it's a soft bite and a slow pull down, and it's not really aggressive. It's big fish a lot of times. I mean,
right.
If I had the absolute combination of or if flatheads were simple, I could just explain flatheads in about 20 sentences, but I can't. It would take me 3 days to explain all the different things that I've experienced with flatheads. But so what I have to do is I have to narrow it down to the things that are most likely. And sometimes if you do that, it makes it sound like, well, Mr. Scott thinks that flatheads only do this. So I spend a lot of time kind of going back and forth and saying, oh, this and this and this, because it is not great information. If 80% of my fish, or, you know, because I catch 80% of my fish on live baits, that's what you need to do. I can't tell people that. I can't tell people that the biggest flatheads in the world on, or the biggest blues in the world on Asian carp. I have caught some of the biggest blues in the world on carp, but then the Asian carp doesn't work worth a crap the next day.
Yeah.
I had one.
Yeah,
all we had was Asian carp, and the list was like 85, blah blah, and I could just keep going, and just 65, 40s. Never had. So I mean, if I was quick to say what's the best bait, I would. Just because the bait that I used is number one on my top 10 anchors of all time doesn't mean it's the best bait. I was in the right location with an acceptable bait when they were active, and we put a hurting on some of the biggest fish that I've ever seen.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like for me, when it gets warmer out and I can get more bait, I'll have a little bit of everything. I'll have fresh shad, fresh bluegill, you know, suckers, everything I can get my hands on. Because I experience the same thing. We'll start throwing out different baits and seeing which ones they seem to be wanting. And until we can put something together, you know, we're throwing everything at them.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, some of the best anglers on the planet are going to, for one, they're able to have a lot of experience on the water, and they're going to figure out those little trends, and they're going to be right more than they're not right. But they're still going to be wrong sometimes. I was wrong Sunday. I mean, I wasn't wrong, but it was just one of those things. It just wasn't gelling. I wasn't prepared, blah, blah, blah. And that drives me nuts. I like to be prepared. I like to be on it, and I like to succeed.
I did the exact same thing Saturday with my wife. The water temperature, the rise in the water temperature, the wind, had everything telling me that warm water discharge that day should have been great. The bait should have been there. The current is slower off of that warm water discharge, so there's a big wall that comes out and breaks the current down. So we had ripping current out on the main. I thought, man, the current's going to be down to at least half of what the Ohio is. It's warm water. The wind coming off that bank is going to be great. The shad should be there. The skipjack should be here. I pulled in there. There was nothing. We didn't work a single fish.
Nothing. Yeah.
I couldn't find any bait. Now, you know, I couldn't get close enough to the structure that was on the bank. The only fish we really caught successfully were some small blues that were piled up inside of a fallen tree. We targeted that tree, and I bet my bait wasn't 5 feet off the bank. Again, I was fishing the bank, 5 feet off the bank, but that's where all my fish came from. And so everything I thought I knew, everything I've taught myself, and why I chose that area that day, I was wrong. It just wasn't happening. I don't know where they were, but they weren't where I thought they were going to be.
Those are the things that keeps us coming back, because if it was that predictable, if it was like even 90% predictable, which at certain periods of time it is, almost 100% predictable for me in the areas I have a lot of experience with, and the water level's right, and the timing's right, and all that. Fine. But there's so many times when it's not, that it keeps me up and thinking, you know, what could I do different next time? Oh.
Well, that wasn't the answer. Whatever he just did. Hey, but if you want off this live stream, you don't have to sit here and be pretty. Okay. Yeah. Some people get uncomfortable, and I'll be like, "Hey, I'll take you off if you want off." I didn't want you to sit there and think.
I'm ready to jump, but I'll let you know.
Okay, good. I appreciate that. Hey, first of all, while it looks like he's trying to get reconnected, I want to thank Hagen, and I see Creole and standing there, talking in chat. I know there's a lot of questions and stuff going around, and you don't want me over here. So I appreciate you guys, talking in chat and keeping things, information flowing. I love it. I love that we've got information going here. We got information going here, and there's something for everybody. I love it.
Everybody's learning. That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
And you don't, that there's a chat, just an impromptu chat or whatever on what is this, Tuesday at 3 my time or 10 o'clock my time, and there's years of catfishing knowledge in this chat.
Yeah.
I mean, if you added it up, okay, so maybe it's only 500, but shoot, how many people's in it? I can't.
We got 35. We got 34 people in chat right now. 35.
Okay, so yeah, if the average was 10, I mean that's 350 years worth of catfishing knowledge. All the way from the beginning all the way up to where they are now. I mean that's pretty incredible. Right. And yeah.
Hang on. I think they were trying to get me to ask you this question here. And it actually came up in chat earlier tonight too. It said, Hagen said, I've heard seasoned anglers say that frozen bait can be better than fresh after a shad kill or a cold snap in general. He hasn't seen it personally himself, but wondering if you had any input on that. I'm going to call it a wives' tale.
I believe that actually happens in lakes. I'm sure it happens in rivers, but I think it does happen in lakes. And we had some fresh bait. I can't say, well, strike that, because we didn't run upon enough fish on Sunday to tell. But one fish, 50% of our fish got caught by frozen bait, but it doesn't mean anything. I think the best bait is location. If you get a frozen bait or a live or a fresh bait in somewhere in their detection zone or their strike zone, I mean you got a better shot than they have to come for it a long way. I do know, however, that there are a lot of situations where you absolutely going to have way more success with fresh bait, and I hope to film that very scenario this spring. When I'm fishing those shallow water channel cats, and I mean I might have to go 3 times, even though I can get more bait than I know. They just won't hit that older bait, and it's not even frozen bait. I mean, they won't hit. But some days they will. Some days they'll hit a freaking shrimp that laid in the back of your truck for 3 days. But some days, if it's not fresh, if it doesn't have the slime coat on it, if it doesn't have the guts in it, if it doesn't have whatever, and it's maybe even a little too big or a little too small, they just won't bite it. Sometimes you can catch these same channel cats on just cut pieces of Asian carp. You just gotta, let them take a little bit more time. Sometimes buffalo works really good, but when they're on that fresh bait, because they have that luxury to be picky, it's difficult to catch them on anything but bait.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
And believe it or not, I would not myself an expert on blues, really. I mean, even though my channel looks like it, because I do really well in certain areas with And that's because I started my channel in blue season. I mean, that's just my Bluecat season starts the first weekend of August. It goes up through November, and then that's it. I missed all the channel cat season. I missed all the flathead season. And, you know, there's guys in the country that know, they know those blues inside and out. And I mean, if you're a guy that, you know, can get on blues and, you know, rivers, especially with lesser populations and there's no traffic jam effect and you're catching big again, like other people, I could name names like you said earlier, but I'm not going to. But, you know, Creole's down there, they're doing the bumping stuff. They're figuring, I mean, going to pass me. I mean, he's going to pass me because he's got big fish down there. He's learning all that stuff. You know, I'm stuck in a zone up here that I've been fishing for 30 years. You know, now not very successfully the first, you know, 10 or 15. I have caught an absorbent amount of giant fish, but that is not to say that my side, I might fish till 4 o'clock in the morning, and when I go down there, I might fish for 3 days. I used to go down there for 7 days in a row, do all that crazy stuff, camping and whatever else. I see 2 stands. I can actually see that on the phone. It says 2 stands.
Yeah, he was asking if you can
what?
expand on a cat strike zone. How close do we need to get the bait to the fish?
Okay, upstream, and all 3 are different. Actually, a flathead has a larger strike zone. Let's talk about detection zone first, because first they have to know it's there. So let's talk about live baits with channel cats, live baits with blue cats, and live baits with flatheads. It's just to make it even. A flatheads, the smaller they are, the smaller the okay, so you get a let's just say a 24-inch long flathead. Their detection zone, without seeing the fish, they'll know it's there. They don't have to smell it, just from the vibrations. They know about 12 inches. So the bigger the fish, the bigger it starts to get. And by the time you get to be those 50, 60-inch fish, you're talking about 2, 3 feet. And how we know this is because their electroperception on the bottom of their jaws are more pronounced on flatheads than the other 3. Also, their lateral line has bigger nodules, and you'd have to look at that at a scientific level. And I've actually talked with the guys that have dissected these things and kind of done all this. So long story short, flatheads have the best electroperception and vibration detection of the other 2, of all 3. They do not, however, smell. Okay, their sense of smell is less than blues and channel cats. So let's go back to the detection zone of blue cats. And I believe all 3 species are designed to attack and eat live bait, because there is not a lot of cut bait on the bottom of the river. A lot of people think that dams up, a lot of times they do. There's no doubt. I mean, we've all seen them coming through dams and stuff. But for the most part, natural rivers without dams, there's not a lot of just carrion and dead bait in the water. And I've even looked at entire spans of rivers that are fairly clear enough to, in winter, to run underwater cameras. And there's not a lot of, I mean, you'll see a little dead sucker here once in a while, but there's not a lot just floating downriver or just hanging out. So I believe naturally channel cats attack live bait. It's just not very good at eating them. Blues, I've caught lots of blues on live bluegills. Anybody else in chat raise their hand? I'm fishing for flatheads in 15 foot of water and caught a 70-pound blue in the dumbest spot I've ever caught one before. Down to Keokuk one time to target flatheads that I'd been on the week before at it's like an old exploded dam underneath the water. I set up on this thing. I throw out 4 bluegills. We catch 2 30-pound blues. And he says, well, did you expect that? I said, I expected to catch something, but I didn't expect to catch these blue exactly the way we caught them. And the flatheads were not, I mean, the weekend before, I caught 30 flatheads in that scenario, all on live bait. So then the next weekend, and the water level really hadn't changed, the population changed, blah, blah, blah. So let's go back. Sorry, I get a little crazy on that stuff. So a blue cat, the bigger the blue cat is, the bigger their detection zone. So I was talking about 24 inches of flathead out in front of them, 24 inches to each side. A blue, I believe, has a little bit less as far as vibration and a little bit less as far as electroperception. I think it has more than the flatheads by sense of smell. And you can tell blues have a little bit, they still have pretty wide heads, and they still have pretty long barbels. You know, a blue cat's barbels are longer than a flathead's barbels, but a channel cat's barbels are even longer than the other two at half their size. It's kind of crazy. So, you know, but I believe a channel cat sight feeds more than a blue. We do know that. I believe that the channel cat's electroperception is not quite as good as a blue, but I believe that a channel cat's basic, he's kind of like the all around. So I don't think one is any farther out as far as the detection zone or strike zone is any further out than the, like, where a blue and a flathead have two different things as far as electoral perception and vibration as opposed to smell, sight. I think actually they can all three sight feed if they want to. Okay, so let's not say that one is handicapped over the other one, because I know that flatheads can sight feed. We know blues can, and we know that channel cats can, and do fairly, you know, fairly regularly. So let's talk about the strike zone. The strike zone is different than the detection zone, and the detection zone is a constant. Okay, they always have the ability to detect this invisible little space around them. Okay, that's always there. They know the bait's there. They can smell it, they can feel it, and they can tell that it's alive. Well, you know, the electroperception tells them it was alive within the last 3 hours. So now we got to deal with the strike zone. The strike zone is 100% dependent on activity level. So if the activity level is low, the strike zone is close, maybe as much as an inch or two. And that's why a lot of times when that bite is rough, the guys that are dragging, they end up passing it over to the lips, and boom, they catch a few fish. Yep. But they're close because they won't chase. Now, when blues are really active, they're the biggest that we've got. We know this because little blues will chase a bait and nip at this thing for a quarter. It's pretty crazy. I've actually had blues have a slip bobber, slip float going, along, and I've reeled it up and had a blue chase the thing to the top, and at the top like a stupid bass. It's the craziest thing. It doesn't happen a lot, but we know they can do it. Flatheads will actually come to the surface and they'll detect, and then they'll zoom right in to fish that are just on the surface, and we know that they do that because you can hear the water explosions. We see them in fish tanks. You can have it completely dark. Now this is one thing. They also, all of them have great night vision, way better than we could ever imagine. So, I mean, they have night vision. Channel cats, I know channel cats can see color because I did a study on it. I did not do a study on flatheads and blues, but why would channel cats see color and the other two be basically colorblind? I don't know why that would be. So I could pretty much guess that the other two are too. But yeah, it's pretty incredible. So, we know that the detection zones within that strike zone is going to be, if they're very subtle, or sedentary, it's going to be real close. I've seen flatheads where they know the fish is there, and you could have them swimming on the flatheads for 2 days, and he does nothing. And then all of a sudden, the third day, goes nuts and eats everything in the tank. Now, why would that be?
Yeah, I remember you talking about that.
And, it's not uncommon. It's very common. Very common. So I knew I was going to have some fishing buddies over, many different different times. They'd come from the Tennessee River. They'd come from, whatever. I even had some guys from like Australia basically come over to my house before we went on the guide trips. And I'd say, I haven't fed these things for 7 days. Let's see if they'll eat. And I'd say about 50% of the time they'd go, kind of and be real aggressive. The other 50% of the time, I got suckers, chubs, green sunfish just swimming all over them. And it didn't matter. They wouldn't eat. Maybe they'd eat that night. Maybe they'd eat 2 nights later. Maybe they'd eat 3 nights later. Crazy.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I run a 200-gallon aquarium at the house here, and I've never put wild. I've never put like natural game fish in it. I run an African. It's not a cichlid tank, but I ran African clown knives in it for a long time. Those things got like 24 inches, and they are very aggressive feeders. And I would do the same thing. I would go put feeder fish in there for the knife fish, and they'd swim around and swim right by its face. And then nighttime would come, or at some point it'd flip a switch and he'd eat everyone.
Yep.
I put like 30 goldfish in the tank one time because I was, actually I knew the people at the bait store, and they just said, here, just take a bunch of them. You don't have to come back every 3 days. And so I was like, all right. So I put them all in the tank. He ate all of them. Yeah. 30 fish.
Yeah. I had some flatheads. I caught a bunch of bullheads one time, and I didn't have my outdoor tank. It was down because I actually had a little bit of a bacterial problem with it, but that's Aquarius type stuff. So I put about 20 bullheads in a 125 with like a 5-pound flathead. He murdered everyone. He didn't eat any of them. He just murdered them all in one night. That's how territorial they can get too. I mean,
yeah, I get a lot of questions about. I get a lot of questions about bullheads and yellow bellies, and what it depends on where you are, what they're called. But I have never had any luck with them. I fished with them for a good while. We had a good supply of them, and I had never done worth a hoot with them.
Well, with just like with anything else, there's going to be certain timing, and it's possible. It's possible that you used them where there wasn't any flatheads. It's possible that you used them when the flatheads weren't on. It's possible that flatheads just aren't really that attracted to them except for certain times a year, and you'll get that. You'll get that where these guys think bullheads are really, really good because A, that's the only bait they can use, or B, they ran trout lines or bank poles. Now, a bullhead is going to outperform all other baits on a bank pole or trout line. A bank pole or trout line consists of 7 days. Well, what's the toughest bait you could find? Yeah, I mean, channel don't eat them as much. Gar don't eat them as much. I mean, they're pretty good. So and there's been a lot of information over the years, especially old guys, that use a big bullhead that you're going to catch a flathead. Well, you probably will, because you're going to fend off other fish that would have tried to eat your sunfish or your shad or your goldfish or any of that stuff.
Right.
And
he's got a better chance of being found because he's not dead yet.
Yes. And I do say this one. I have had really good luck with bullheads only one period. And that is when you're fairly close to the spawn and they're up in the shallows. 4 feet and less. 4 feet, when they're 2 to 4 feet, you can throw it close to a root ball or a log or a rock pile or whatever, and you're throwing it close. They will defend. Now, I'm not saying they want to eat them, but they attack them pretty good. Pretty good. And if somebody said, Tim, I got a bunch of bullheads for you, I say I don't want them until June 30th. And I don't want, I'm going to use them from June 30th to about July 10th. And that's about all I'm going to use them. But, everybody has different experiences too. I mean, you could be on a river that, bullheads are a natural forage for them. And, I just know there's not a lot of bullheads in the main Mississippi River. A lot of bullheads in the backwaters, but not a lot in the main. And I don't know that matters. I mean, I think they'd eat dogfish. I think that they'd eat gar if you could present a gar well enough. I think they would eat, I albino koi. I think if it wiggles,
Yeah.
and sometimes if it doesn't wiggle, I think they're opportunistic enough that, you know, it's a fish. It was alive, or it is alive. You know, whatever.
Yeah, and you said I caught it the other day, and you said it again tonight. When it comes to cutting bait, there's the electrical currents that are still passing through a fish's body.
Yep.
And those could be detected. You said up to 3 hours after being cut.
That's what I have as far as anecdotal evidence, and that's what I have as far as scientific evidence. When, you know, I question how long does those electrical signals, which are in tiny milliamps, they're not. I mean, they're not like a battery. They're a D cell battery puts out way more amperage than these things do, but it's just that low impulse of that stuff ends up. The smaller it is, actually, the quicker it fuses. So a decent sized bait like this has the shot of having it 2.5 to 3 hours. It also depends on how cold the water is and how much salinity there is. But now we're split hairs. You know, right. I honestly think it's 2.5 to 3 hours because I get better feedback within that time.
Yeah,
trust me, I don't want to up anchor and go get new bait unless I absolutely have to. But once that stuff starts failing, I'm like, no, we're going to get new. Yeah,
I never even knew that.
Roger.
To be honest, I didn't know that the electrical currents could still be passed through the body after they, within a certain amount of time. Because
they say the human head. They say the human head lives for 2 minutes after it goes through a guillotine. I don't know if that's true, but that's what they say.
That's dark. That kind of changes things for me, though, because I love fresh bait. Yeah, I love fresh bait, and I'll find myself just like the other day. I went out and caught fresh shad, but I didn't attempt to keep it alive. I put it on ice, put it on the cooler, and use it as cut bait. But I want that. I want that electro. I want the nerves twitching and the thing quivering and giving signal. Does it make that big of a difference? I guess is what I'm getting at.
About ice too, and I think it does. I honestly believe it does. I don't know how much it does in the colder water period, but I know that in my summer water period that it does. I believe that. If I could just doing my best guess. So I would say that one thing we know about ice is fish that you dead are not actually dead. Now, how do we know this? Because you can ice fish and you can put a bluegill in a hole or on and revive him an hour later. There was a buddy of mine in college that used to put minnows in his ice tray. He was into DNR. He would put minnows in his ice tray, freeze that thing, thaw them out in somebody's drink, and they would never be quite right. I mean, it wasn't like they were just
right.
They were going to live forever, but they would still be alive the next day after being in an ice tray. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's the trick I use to keep my shad. I'll travel. It's about 45-minute drive for me to the dam. I can go to the dam and take ice and salt and flash freeze my shad right there at the dam and bring them all the way back to the truck, all the way home. I'm talking over an hour, hour and a half in a cooler, and throw them in the bait tank here at the house, and they'll be floating, but they'll revive and they'll come right back. They weren't dead. They look like they're dead, but they ain't dead.
Nice. Yeah, exactly. So it's the same thing as when you put them on ice. It's not till they really start getting that rigor mortis when they're not on ice is when they become like useless to me. Besides, if I'm doing the channel cat thing. And honestly, I don't like shad for blues at all, unless it's the cold water period. Where I fish, they just do not perform well. And I wish they would, because I can get 12-inch shad all day where I fish. They just don't do very well for me on big blue. Doing other parts, I've done really well in the James on them. I've done really well. I did really well on the Ohio. I did really well. But on the Mississippi where I fish, the big shad, I mean, gosh, I can use them and use them and use them. I can use them from Keokuk all the way down past St. Louis. And, I might catch some 20s and stuff like that, but I've really never caught, out of the hundreds of fish over 50 pounds. I mean, literally hundreds and hundreds, and using shad every chance, that every anchor for years. Just never did very well on them. I got a lot of hits and spits from bigger fish because there was no small fish, but they just, I don't know. I still get excited to try 12. I mean, Sean and I were just at Keokuk this last season, and we caught big fish on everything but our big shad, and we had some. I was like, man, maybe this is the year.
Yeah, that's my go-to bait. But see, I'm not catching fish over 50 pounds either. I'm catching fish under 50 pounds.
Yeah, but I don't think that matters that much. I think blues might possibly get on that thing where they key on a certain thing and they just want to hit that and hit that and hit that. And we know that the big bait on the Mississippi is moon eye until you get into skipjack range. Once you get into plentiful skipjack range, it seems that the moon eye are less prevalent, and the skipjack is what everybody has the best luck on. Now, I've done really well on skipjack up here, but they're really difficult to find here. Moon eye, I think I would rather have moon eye, and some people call them golden eye. I think I would rather have them than pretty much anything else in my upper stretch, because I think they start keying on that stuff. It's almost like if you feed a kid hot dogs and mashed potatoes, feed one kid, you that, he'll most likely like that his whole life. If you bring him up on, carrots, he might like that. You might put that kind of meal his whole life. And I'm just guessing here, because I don't really have any evidence to explain what I'm saying. I'm just saying I'm noticing it in anecdotal evidence from fishing experience, thinking about it in a scientific mind.
Can you see that question there from Hagen?
No, because I got to set my phone up the way and I can't read it at all. My old eyes.
Hey, he asks what you think about putting your bait in a salt and ice brine. He's starting to believe that it may have a negative effect on his bait. You have any input on that?
I do know one thing. I do not like the slime coat to come off my bait. I like the slime coat to stay intact. And one thing about water and salt, take slime coat right off the bait. I'm just maybe weird. I may be picky, but I think it's a bad omen if there's no slime coat on my white baits.
Yeah. So he's saying
slime coat to
maybe the strong salt flavor turns fish away.
All that.
He was thinking that
I don't know about that. I couldn't prove that.
Right.
It might be, because salt, of course, we know what salt is. I mean, salt is a chemical, basically. It's a chemical compound, NaL, whatever. But so is slime. Slime is, which I wish I still remembered that one. Slime coat is actually, I think it's a double protein with a heat, whatever, blah, blah. We could get into that, but it's still a protein. It is, it's almost the same exact thing as basically our snot, only it's got a few more chemicals that make it, stickier. It's got lymph in it. It's got proteins in it. It's got amino acids in it. It's got all the building blocks of everything except for straight up blood. The only thing that straight up blood really has more than slime coat is straight up iron. So I don't know where you put that on the. You know what? I should have done that. I should have done that study in college when I had the opportunity, because I could have said, okay, are channel cats or blues attracted more to slime coat or more to blood? And I could have added that up. It would have took about 6 months to do. That's one thing about science. It's never fast.
Yeah.
If you have fast results in science, it's nothing but a guess.
Yeah. That makes sense. You got to have so much data to prove your hypothesis.
Yep. And sometimes it's painful. It's very, very painful. It just takes a long time, and there's things that is like, oh my gosh, very painful. And then when you get it done, you got everybody wanting to argue with you about it.
Yeah. You'll have that no matter what. It don't matter what you do or say. There's somebody's going to argue.
Yep. It's a lot easier now that I'm 50 than when I was 25.
I bet.
Because, when I was 25, it was more, how do you know? Because I didn't have that resume of all the time on the water doing all this stuff. And you know what? They were right to say that, because there were some things that you notice I don't try to say things are absolute fact or whatever, because if I prove myself wrong, and I still try to rethink a lot of my ideas. I say, okay, if I think this is true, why does this happen? Or let's try to make something happen that is against. It's something I think that doesn't happen. I'm constantly testing myself. So, even at that period of time, there were things that I thought were closer to hard facts that really weren't, because I had a preconceived idea, but I didn't have enough experience to prove myself wrong or right. I just had this idea. I had some evidence, but not enough to really say, yes, I believe that. I mean, I could say I believed it, but then I had to reverse myself a little bit, or rethink an equation. I used that bait, the presence of bait was more important than what it really is. I proved myself wrong on that, because I listened to people for a long time, but I've been able to prove that it is not. That is, you can leave bait out of an equation and still locate catfish, because you will have an abundance of bait where catfish are not, and very little follow the bait. Now, they will follow the bait. Blues, especially if there's no current, will follow bait. They'll follow bait like stripers. But channel cat don't seem to do that as much, and flatheads definitely don't do that as much, because they prefer already intersex bait. So it's not necessarily prove that there's bait where I want to fish. It's just that the river has to have bait, because I can go to areas that have 10,000 times the amount of bait, and there won't be a single flathead, if you get my drift there.
Try to keep up with some comments here in the chat. Just talking about ways to keep the slime coat on the fish, whether it talking about bagging them in small bags, and then Hagen's talking about vacuum sealing them right away, even on the boat, just to keep them fresh. And
I do that.
Coriel says he started wrapping his slicker in paper towels before vacuum sealing him, and noticed they were still slimy when they thawed out. That would, to me, that would seem opposite. It seemed like it would absorb the slime.
I would think so. I would about putting.
I started wrapping mine in saran wrap. You say saran wrap?
Yep.
Yeah, I wrap mine in saran wrap before I bag them.
Now, I'm never going to tell somebody that their bait preparation is wrong, because if it works for you, it's right. I can only say what I do, and I did learn a good bait technique from the tournament anglers that I felt were pretty much the best on the continent at the time. This was like the mid-90s. And they would go, and I know this because I prepped some bait for them and with them a few times. They would take one of those igloo coolers, those 7-day coolers, real thick. They would put ice in the bottom. Then they would take that really, really thick aluminum foil. They would put that all over the ice. Then they had an aluminum plate about maybe 1/8 of an inch with a bunch of holes about the size of a quarter in them. I mean, just enough to have that. And then they put that down. Then they would put one layer of moon eye on that, just one flat layer. Then they would put aluminum foil. Then they would put ice. Then they would put aluminum foil. Then they would put ice. Then aluminum foil. Then the layer of moon eye too. So
Right.
Every time it was ice, oil, moon eye, aluminum foil, ice, moon eye. Oh, ice, aluminum. You get one.
Right. So then they were never touching the ice.
They were never touching the ice, and the ice was never allowed. They would always leave the petcock open, so the water was never able to touch those. And they swore to me that they could keep those fresh enough that they would be a premium bait for 4 days.
Ooh.
They would keep that cooler in the shade. They wouldn't open it or have it left open very much. They would reach in, take 2 or 3 baits out, bait them, and go. And they were. And Mark Farrow used to be quoted as saying, "You know what his pre-fishing is? Catching bait."
Yep.
They would drive 100 miles. They would drive 100 or 200 miles to get moon eye of the right caliber, the right size, get that bait prepped, and go.
I tell you, I'm thinking about it now. I've got a guest coming on the show in 2 weeks, Carl Morris Jr.
Yeah,
and he owns a bait company. And so, guys, if you really want to nail somebody on some bait questions, Carl is going to be in here, and I think that would probably be one of our for best practices anyway. Somebody whose business depends on fresh bait.
absolutely.
You're selling to tournament anglers across the country. If you're not giving them good product, you're done. So I know that John Knoll also, put some video content out about the way he processes bait. That's a good avenue to check out too. But I think Carl we'll probably nail him pretty hard when he comes on the show about his their bait preparation process and how they guarantee fresh bait for their customers. And himself, he's a big time fisherman.
And yes, I mean, time you got a kid that's making his living off bait, you're going to want the best bait available, because if your customers don't believe in it, you got no business. And
right.
There was a company that tried to sell mackerel to cat fishermen, and they did a few things that were really good. Unfortunately, mackerel is just not a bait that stays together very good, no matter what you do. But they did flash freeze it, and this stuff was packaged great. It's just he should have went mullet instead of mackerel, and he'd have done a lot better. That's been 15 years ago. Murphy's cut bait, is it still around?
What is it?
It was called Murphy's cut bait.
I haven't heard of it, but I don't buy much processed bait.
Yeah, he was. It was mackerel, and it worked, but it just doesn't stay. Work. And I just don't have as much luck with creek jobs. I mean, I'm not saying they don't work, but they're low down on my list. I like a good hard bait, and if I can get a good white bait, like if we had white perch here, I would probably I'd probably get rid of bluegills, I'd get rid of green sunfish, I'd use white perch or white bass, because those are some of my favorite baits.
Yeah.
I mean, if I need to call in a flathead, I like white bass. I can't get very many of them because I got to catch them on rod and reel, because I don't have time. But other than that, and I'll give you my favorite flathead baits all around, no matter where I'm fishing, no matter what, wouldn't matter what state I'm in, blah, blah, blah. But mainly the Mississippi River is my focus. So if they're baits, I would take live shad probably even over those. But live shad are very difficult for me to keep 50 of them alive and in really good shape. So a lot of times I'll have 10, and I have to go through a process, and I have to do this and that and the other. But let's just say for ease and attractability, I would say white bass would be number one, of about maybe 6 inches long. I don't want those big 12 inchers because they're too difficult. They're too difficult to target fish. They're too difficult to keep in the right area. They like to snag up all the time, blah, blah, blah. So
Yeah.
it'd be white bass. Then second would be a regular bluegill, not even a green sunfish, not a warmouth, not any of that, just a regular bluegill, because I can catch them so easily, and I have a lot of success even when they're not all that wiggly, because I can play the numbers game with those. I can throw them and I can throw one off and I'll put a new one on, so I can keep them lively pretty good, and be surprised how many I catch with one that's barely wiggling. So that's my second. My third is going to be a live moon eye. They're hard to keep alive. Live shad, they're going to be about tied for third. And then your cut baits. And where I fish, it's live moon eye. I believe I could catch them on skipjack, add fresh skipjack here, but I don't. So it's basically the moon eye and then the shad. I prefer the head section to the body section because they got the glowing eye. That's the only thing I can say. But I mean, chubs and I do like small carp, but I can't get them. Like little bitty carp, like this. They're hardy. They're great. Every once in a while I can get them, man. I catch fish on those, but I just can't get enough of them. I can't get little suckers either, because all the other fish eat them, and all I got is big suckers.
So I know you're dealing with a lot of current on the Mississippi. So where do you like to hook your bluegills when you're using live bluegills?
Where everybody else does, because I'm not where I place my baits is basically the river underneath the river. So I used to, when I was experimenting with it, I used to forehead hook them a lot when I was in faster current. But what I found was that the big flatheads don't prefer, if I have to forehead hook one just to keep them straight in line with the current and too fast a current for big flatheads, they like that just light enough to where that bluegill can still raise up off the bottom and do his thing. If they're pinned to the bottom like this, I catch very few really big ones. I catch mostly 10 or 15 pounders. And I know that because I'll be fishing the same area and one in the faster water. I'll throw one in the faster water, and I just don't catch the really big ones. I'll catch those perimeter fish. So I'm still looking for that water. And it may be fast over top of it, okay? But once I'm down 7, 8, 9, 10 feet, the bottom topography has created a pocket that's lower than that top.
Right. So you're hooking them in the back.
Yep.
Top of the back. I heard some folks talking about hooking them through the bottom, like right near the anal fin, to allow them to, kind of swim in an upright position and struggle.
And that's a great technique for lakes.
But
I don't need it. I mean, I've been well aware of that. People have been talking about that for 30 years, the different ways to, do that, and cutting fins off. And I don't cut fins off. I don't do any of that because I've found it to be, I have not found any, and I've done it all. I've done all that stuff. I haven't found anything that works any better than basically putting a bait in the flathead's face. And I would rather have it, struggling more natural than I would like kind of upside down, I guess. But maybe that's just me being practical.
Yeah. I was just wondering your thoughts on it. Obviously, I'm going to assume for the moon eye and shad. Well, maybe I'm wrong. But you hooking the shad and moon eye, you hooking them in the nose to allow them to stay, or you hooking them in the back and they flipping around backwards?
I hook them in the back. Because if I hook them in the nose, my flatheads they won't get the hook very good. For some reason, if I'm hooking them straight up in the nose, I get a lot of short bites with flatheads because I'm fishing them a lot of times daytime in their face, and they'll just grab half of their lot. So I want that hook about at least 3/8 of the way in, so that when they do grab them, I at least have a shot. I'd hook them right in the back. I'd hook them right in the middle of the back, except for they'll grab the belly and go. If I hook them in the tail, they grab the head and go. Hook them in the head, they grab the tail. It just doesn't really. And if I double hook them like this, they'll hit and spit. When they're not active, it just doesn't seem to actually. Almost anything I do besides pick up the rod quick and don't let them feel a bunch of pressure, and I basically feed them down like Sean did in that video you guys saw, where he picks it up and goes like this, and you'll see more exact stuff this June when I start putting out videos. Like and I'll say, okay, this is what we got to do. We got to pick that rod up immediately. We got to start feeding it down to them to where they get enough confidence, hook them, and they're big fish. They just for some reason they're just not.
Hey, baby. All right, I'm still alive.
Phone calls.
The wife just got off work. She said, "Are you serious? You're still alive?"
Yep.
Yeah.
We got information
we got everybody in here talking it up. We're having fun.
Got the late night catfish psycho on.
We need to have a party this year at our house and have everybody bring their campers or tents and set up in the yard.
Yeah. All right. Well, you be careful.
All
right. I love you. Bye. Sorry about that, guys. It was faster than trying to text her and tell her I'm still on air. Tim still use a Diachi on live bait, or does he go to a J or Kale hook? That's a good question.
I've used them all, and I believe I would still use a J hook, because customers anymore per se. I have people that are more skilled at hooking fish. But once I switched over from a J hook, because I used to use everything from a true turn to a big Kale to, LO42s and, all the mustads that In Fisherman used to, sell or be sponsored by.
Right.
My hookup ratio was really kind of poor if setting the hooks. And what would happen was I would get into a multiple fish situation. So maybe we're fighting a fish over here, and then all of a sudden one rod over here you can't get away goes down. They feel the pressure and it pops back up. So once I started theorizing before I even trusted circle hooks, because I honestly didn't think they were going to work, because a lot of times those flatheads just won't pull. And that's true if I was using full circles, okay? Because a lot of times they just back up. Okay, a lot of times they don't turn and move. Now, if you're using a full circle like a tuna style, or any of those stuff, people use in saltwater, I have very bad hookup ratios with that, and especially if my client picks up too fast, full circle's terrible. So if you used a Kale hook and you picked up and you whiffed the hook, a lot of times you're going to miss the fish a little bit, and he's going to go. But with these diagonal chunk lights, I found that happy medium. So if we're fighting a fish over here and I was netting a fish and the fish over in the left corner goes off and actually pulls down, we're going to catch that fish.
Mm-hmm.
If my customer whiffs it and doesn't really do a very great hook set, we still usually catch the fish. If my customer was to only reel down on him, he could still catch the fish. With picky, there's almost nothing a customer can do because they haven't been in that situation enough. They don't know when to, do whatever. And I've had some customers that are, like longtime flathead anglers get kind of mad at me, and because I insisted on setting hooks because I knew that they were really, really difficult to hook that day. They're like, well, whatever. I said, well, then if you don't want me to hook them, then the guarantee's off, because I would guarantee a certain amount of flatheads a day or you don't pay me. So, I'm like, okay, if they're going to bite, and I would tell them this in the beginning. I said, if the bite's good, by all means, let's set the hooks. But if it's tough, if I'm fishing a situation where they're only eating cut bait, and that he's gonna hit it for just a second and maybe pull 3 or 4 inches before he spits it. I mean, I got to be Johnny on the spot. Get it, feed it down, set the hook, hand it off. That was how that worked. But I kind of got away from that because it's more about the experience, and it is and most of my 90% of my customers were happy just to be able to reel the fish in. But I think setting the hook was more important, so I started to the Daiichi Circle Chunk lights, especially the 5-aught. I'd change down to a 5-aught when they were picky. I'd leave a 7-aught when they were aggressive, and sometimes I've went 0 for 5 on days with 30 years of experience, and I'm pretty darn good at it. But they can be so picky that you go 0 for 5 and go, what the heck happened? And then tomorrow I'm 5 for 5 because they turn on and you don't miss a single fish.
Well, a lot of folks will say that they they're using the bail open, turn the clicker on, maybe even not turn the clicker on, just leave the bail open and wait for that line to run. And,
you can do that, especially a lot of guys that do that fish at night. Okay, I fish at night too. And I could do that at night, but I'm usually fishing so close to stuff. Like I am unwilling to go to a flat or a shelf or something where I have to wait for flatheads to come to me. That is one thing I'm unwilling to do unless I absolutely have to. Now, since I am fishing so close to them, most time they don't turn. Now, I would do that if I didn't have such good success rates. If I wasn't averaging 10 fish a day and catching some such big fish, I would have to rethink my thing. Now, if someone show me a situation where they're averaging more than that on the Mississippi, or where, maybe they're in a crazy infested, maybe Altamaha, that's got huge populations, maybe they're whatever. But if somebody could show me on the Mississippi that they're doing average 10 fish a day and catching 35 to 50 fish a year over 50 pounds, and several of those are over 60 and a couple of those are over 70, I would rethink what I'm doing. But so far I haven't found anybody like that, because that guy could, if somebody could show me that, I'd be like, okay, so what are you doing? What hook are you using? What are you doing? If somebody could show me that they could average lots more flatheads by fishing a shallow flat next to deep water or next to cover, and those fish would actually move out and do that, that would be more pleasurable, actually, because you don't have to deal with those picky bites. You got a lot more takedowns, stuff like that. And I do have that happen, but I will be fishing a piece of cover specifically in their face, and I'll also have, maybe I'll fish out of there, but I'll still have perimeter stuff, and the perimeter stuff never gets hit because there are times when they just, even at night, they don't come out. I mean, they may come out a little bit, but they're not going to come out because I have certain fish that if they're traveling, I'll know it. If they're placed, I'll know it, because if I'm only getting hit within the first throw, I'm putting it in their face.
Right.
If I throw that into that spot, and I'll fish another spot that doesn't have any cover in the hole, it's just a basin. What it is it's a travel area. So it's got a ledge here from downriver, and there's nothing for 100 or 50 yards, but then there's some cover set up. But then all of a sudden they come up along this ledge, and then it has a hard rise from 20 foot or 15 foot up into 4, and then goes a long way towards the main. I know that they're going to run that because it's obvious, because it's happened in the past. They run in that lip because they don't just lift up and go over that 4 foot. They have to search around. So if they're placed, I'll catch them fairly fast. If they're not, I'll still give it an hour or 2 hours after night, or sometimes 4 hours. And if I can get a fish to travel to me, and I've had my baits placed for 30, 40 minutes, and I'm still getting bit, I know they're traveling. If I'm not getting bit in a 2-hour window, I know they're not traveling, and I got to move my stuff around.
Right. What average depth the flatheads feed at night?
Well, I could not tell you what an average flathead does. I only know what the flatheads that I target feed at night. Usually don't go any real shallower than about 7, 8, 9 feet, and a lot of them stay deep and feed. And that's because we have moon eye, really, I think. I think that since the Mississippi has moon eye and they're deep water bait fish, I think they can stay deep. I mean, I know that there's smaller flatheads up in the the secondary channel, tertiary channels, and the backwater sloughs. They're already for pretty shallow, and they're going to move around.
Right.
But I have spots that have multiple depths. And most of the time, I'm going to catch big flatheads in 12 to 15 foot of water associated with a piece of cover somehow. Now, if I'm fishing them just straight up in the fronts of barges, it could be 13, 14 feet. But if I've got a front of a barge that comes, like just say it's 14 underneath, that front of that barge is right here, but yet it's real shallow in front and it dumps down right in before, I almost never catch them up on that 4 foot. And I always throw baits there because I want to see what they're doing. I almost never do. It's almost down underneath. Overhead cover is another thing I haven't even talked about yet, and that's pretty huge. There's some YouTubers that actually target parked barges and things like that. You have parked barges on the Ohio, but do you have any that are like parked for like a long time?
Yep, I've got some that never move.
Okay, so are you able to go in there and catch flatheads off the front sides or in between the shore and barge?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
I'll target those.
Yeah. And it's a classic situation, especially on the Ohio, because if you think about the Ohio a lot of times doesn't have much current, but yet underneath that barge, especially if it's sitting 10 foot in the water, that current gets compressed under there and it actually speeds up underneath. So you've got overhead cover, you've got shade, and you've got increased current underneath it. So that will collect flatheads. At times it should collect big flatheads, but that just depends on what's around it usually.
Yeah, I love targeting parked barges. I've got a few that have always given up some fish.
Yep.
And some of them that have given up big fish. So
yep. Now, is there some of them that give up big fish consistently?
No.
I do. I have 2 out of 10 on one pool and 1 out of probably 6 or 7 on another pool, and then like 3 out of 5 on another pool that consistently give up big fish. And I'm not saying every time, but I'm saying, more often than not, if you're going to catch a big fish, it's going to be in the face. I'll promise you this right now, and you got to remind me this year that when the bottom drops out of the river, if I'm still fishing around those parked barges, I'm going to show you a technique that you'll be able to use to be able to target big fish, because a lot of times they don't come out to the front. You just can't get it under. A lot of times they're underneath there.
Right.
And so I'll use a balloon, a 3-ounce sinker, and a donkey gill like this big, like the biggest gill I got. And I'll set that slip bobber to where it's just up off bottom just a little bit, and I'll actually get that balloon to go underneath that barge. And so once you do, you can just keep feeding it back, and I'm telling you, it has worked a lot of times for me, and usually it's not small.
Yeah, I've done that with just big peg floats, bait, and then light weights, 2-3 ounces, and just let it just keep feeding line. And you're right, most people don't realize it, but there is increased current underneath those barges, even in areas that don't look like there's much current. There's more current, and
the propensity on a big river to have wood that gathers underneath a parked barge, especially ones with the pylons driven through them. Is that the kind, or are they just moored? So the pylons go straight into the bottom, right?
Yep.
So there's wood that stacks up on those, especially that middle section, and a lot. it's not always. I mean, sometimes the front's scooped and then it kind of pushes up, and so you'll catch them on that back side of that. I wish I could draw it for you, but so the front of the barge, it scoops like this, and it comes up, and the barge is maybe at the front 15 and only like 9 or 10 at the back. It's pretty incredible stuff. But I mean, it takes a lot of poking around, a lot of feeling, a lot of whatever to figure all that out. I mean, barges were kind of a mystery to me for, probably a couple of years. I was catching them around them, but I didn't know exactly why until I really started fishing them. And that John Jameson guy, he even had an article in Fisherman saying that he uses his trolling motor, gets out and like to the side of them, throws to the front of them, kind of sideways, and lets it, and he bounces in there. I haven't done that yet. Because I think I might be just throwing my sinkers and my hooks away, but he might do that on the Ohio.
I don't know. I haven't heard of anyone doing that. It sounds like a neat technique, but most of the barge experience comes from Chris Souders. He's helped me out quite a bit.
I have seen him do that, and a lot of his stuff is basically just anchoring out in front and casting it to the front of it and letting it sweep underneath. Yeah. Now, always remember this one. I've never seen anybody do it. I do it a lot. Whenever you've got these barges that are in between the shore and wherever they are, if it's tight, let's just say it's only 10 feet wide, you might have to like turn your boat around and put it in reverse to back up in between the shore and the barge, because a lot of times there'll be a choke point there and there'll be cover. A lot of people, because they're getting stuck in there because there is current or whatever, but that is one of my big go-to spots. If I see that, I'm going to fish that almost every time I see it. Doesn't matter what.
That's me.
And it doesn't matter if there's only 6 foot of water right there. I'm fine with that, because there is deep water underneath that barge, because that current keeps that washed out underneath there.
That's me. I want to get in there. I want to get in that tight little nook and cranny, and I just want to get wedged in there. But most people are not comfortable.
Do that too. That's awesome, because I've never heard of anybody doing it besides me. I know people
I don't get to do it very often because nobody wants to do it. They're not comfortable. They're like, no, I'm not comfortable with this, man. Get out of here.
Yeah,
but I like to do it.
Oh man, Sean, the first time he ever saw that situation, we hit like a 35-pound flathead in the first 5 minutes. He was like, dude, it takes me like 40 hours to catch a 35. he was just beside himself. He's like, you can do this stuff? I said, yeah, we're going to do it down there too. He's like, what?
Yeah.
And they're not always 35. Sometimes they're teeners. Sometimes they're 5. Sometimes they're 15. But sometimes they're 50. I mean, it just is what it is. There was I think I talked about it in another live. There was an island that I used to fish next to, and there was like a shallow area that kind of dumped off right along the bank, dumped off into about 15, 20 foot of water, and there was a tree down there, and I could mark it. I could see it even with my old style electronics, because it was so anachronistic. It was just a single root ball tree with and I know what it looks like, and I'll tell you that in a minute. So I fished it, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 times in June, and I never caught any fish on it. And it was so classic that I figured out that since I caught the same fish 3 times on that same log that season, but no other fish, that fish was holding that zone. And it was post spawn, but I mean, it was just deep enough. He was fighting the other fish off. Nobody else could hold in there with him. And I ended up seeing what that was like, because the barge company dredged it, and there it was on the shore. And I was like, no way, my great spot is gone forever.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, it was a giant sycamore tree with almost no bark on it. Sycamore trees love to sink, and there's not that many on the Mississippi. It's usually cottonwoods down there if they do sink, because cottonwoods have a lot of water in them, and they actually sink. The maples seem to sink in deep water, but the cottonwoods will. But they got to be in the water a while before they do. And the river changes all the time. There's some of my spots that were so fantastic, a guy wouldn't even believe it. so many fish, so many huge fish, and sometimes there are areas that you only catch huge fish, and then they get dredged or they get washed out. There was one spot called Deepwater Wood that was a cut. So you got the main river channel, and then there was an island, and it was a cut, but there was also a slough that came in like that. So it came from 7 foot of water and dribbled down into 13. There was a nice basin hole, but around this island where that other current was coming in, it was 4.5 feet of hard gravel, and then it dumped down into 20, and then went around, and then there was this massive cottonwood right there. And I'm telling you, I fished that thing.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I fished it for probably 12 seasons, and some of the most numbers on a single anchor I've ever had in my life. They weren't really fighting yet very much, but I think the most I ever caught in one anchor was 23 flatheads in a single afternoon.
Wow. Woo, dang.
That'd
be awesome.
Flatheads like a mid-May afternoon. You know, and like a low numbers game was 12 to 13 flatheads. And then, you know, if there was big ones, if it was later in the season where the water was a little bit warmer, you might catch 3 or 4. But the big one might be 60 pounds. You know, it might be 40 too. But I mean, I caught a lot of different big fish in there. And they seem to shuffle from that area. You know, I didn't catch the same one every time because there were so many different ways to get to it. It seemed like a stopping point. And there used to be another cottonwood in 4.5 foot of water. Just tied so perfect. I didn't even have to anchor. I didn't even have to worry about it. You just tie up and go, okay, we throw that one out, throw that one out, throw that one out. And I'd say, hold on, because it's like Donkey Kong right now. And my customers would be like, are you kidding me? It was great. But that tree washed out. And then, long story short, last year I went in there, I tied up to a tree, I threw out, and my bait sank for about 3 seconds. I went, what? I know I didn't hit the top of that tree. So I throw out another one. 3 seconds. So something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. So I untie off the tree. I didn't even use my electronics because, I mean, it had been so consistent for so long. And I went through there. A flood had washed that thing full of gravel. The trees were still in place. They were for the last 15 years. But now it's only 4 foot of gravel.
Wow.
Terrible. Yeah, it was like someone killed my dog.
Yeah, I bet. Man, we have made a night of this.
What's that?
4 hours. I said we made a full night out of this one.
I'm gonna jump off here. My wife's home now, so I'm gonna jump off here.
Okay, buddy.
Appreciate you being here a lot. You know, it's good. Had a good time, learned a lot. I appreciate it.
Good, Bob. I appreciate you jumping in. It's good to put a face with the name, buddy.
Yeah, I'll be back again. But you know, listen, chat, watching everything. So,
all right, buddy. Thank you,
Tim. Appreciate you coming out here and teaching me a lot too.
Hey, you know, it's just as good for me as it is for everybody else. Trust me, because like I said, my kids have heard these stories a million times. My friends have heard them a million times. I got a new audience now. It's great.
Heck yeah. Good night,
and I get to
everybody.
learn for everybody else too.
Sounds good. Thanks.
All right, bye.
Well, all right, Roger. What else you got?
I think my wife's getting ready to walk in the door too, man. I'm probably going to
right.
I'm going to wrap it up, call it a night, and let some of this stuff soak in because that's a lot of information, man. I was taking notes even though this is on video. Even though this is on video, there were some things that stuck out that caught my attention, and I've put notes down on. And you know, I want to share with my buddies. You know, Skip and Zach. You know, they got to work tomorrow, so they're not up this late.
Definitely. One thing to remember: there's no absolutes in fishing.
Yeah,
it's always a person's experience that leads them, and a lot of times it's a person's personality that ends up being either, you know, the result of how either how big a fish or how more, you know, many fish they catch or whatever. And it's really not all that important that everybody do that everybody looks at fishing like I do. I look at it as I don't know, more like a war than it is anything else. I mean, I have described some of my fishing tactics as a military operation rather than a enjoyable fishing thing. But I've just always been driven to win stuff. And, you know, my perspective is not always right. And just like what happened Sunday, I mean, I can be ill prepared. I mean, because believe me, I've been on that end a lot. So when I talk about all these successes and all this stuff, I talk about them as something that happens normally and regularly, not just happened one time last year. For something that, you know, when I start talking about this stuff as far as success goes, as the pattern and target fish, I've thrown out all the goofy stuff and I try to talk about the stuff that works.
Yeah.
And I think that's all a guy can do, you know, tailored to the water that he's on. Just understand that catfish are catfish. And yes, they'll have weird idiosyncrasies. So you got to learn that, because just because I say it doesn't happen to me doesn't mean it doesn't happen in, you know, Louisiana or, you know, wherever anybody's at.
That's you know, that's the good thing about this is we got guys from Louisiana and Mississippi and Ohio and Tennessee, and you know the you know, East Coast. You know, we've got guys from all over there experiencing different things from all over the place, and we can come together here and talk about it and share it and compare notes. And
I think it's fun. I think it's really fun.
I love it. I love it. I get a big kick out of it. You know, and you got several of us that fish hard, that love to sit here and talk about it. Hagen threw up here. He said, "Hey, anytime you want to talk about catfishing, give me a call." And you know, and I, you know, we all feel the same way. You know, there's just a Well, I said something, I think yesterday or in my live show, I said, I'm just a regular guy that likes to fish more than a regular guy.
Yes. Yeah.
Because people ask me questions based on my experiences, and I'm not, you know, I'm no pro. I share what I've learned so far. And, but I tell them I'm a regular guy who likes to fish a lot more than a regular guy.
Well, and you know, keeping a mind open is probably worth its weight in gold when you're talking about, you know, being able to tailor what you learn from others as well as what you learn for yourself, and be able to formulate that for the waters that you fish or what you desire to do. I think that's the biggest story that there is, because, you know, I, of course, am a monster hunting crazy anachronistic psycho, but that doesn't mean everybody is. But there are things that they can learn from me, you know, that could make their weekends or their pleasurable trips more people, you know, or land that one fish that they've never landed before, or, you know, said, or just be interesting, I guess. Just something to talk about, I guess, you know. I mean,
absolutely. Well, Tim, I appreciate you stopping in and hanging out with us. Looks like everyone's checking out, so we're going to shut her down for the night. And again, thanks a million. Well, I'll be in touch with you.
See you. All right, buddy.
All right, guys. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.